Chapter 2600. Heng Zhao did not answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the Brahma Golden Palace and the direction in which the sword cultivators had fled. He seemed to be deep in thought. After everyone had discussed for a while, Heng Zhao asked, "What cultivator Gao said makes sense. However, I would like to ask, if the sword cultivators had a hidden hand in the sword tomb, would the swordsman who transformed into a sword be exposed? Besides, can a swordsman who transformed into a sword participate in the battle now? Perhaps it is not a swordsman who transformed into a sword, but it must be a hidden hand of the sword cultivators." Gao Wei, of course, also realized this point and immediately cried out. However, according to what I know, the sword cultivators did not flee in the direction of the sword light. They fled in a different direction. De Sun said with a smile, "It seems that they saw the sword light and changed their direction. Regardless of whether it is a hidden hand or not, the sword cultivators may have other hidden hands in the sword tomb other than our Taoist sex array. I do not recommend advancing rashly," Lu Xinwu said. Actually, according to the sword cultivator's final change of direction, the sword light should not be a hidden hand. Heng Zhao said with a smile, "It is very likely that it is a swordsman who transformed into a sword. These sword cultivators are grasping at the last straw and want to transform into a sword to save them." Yes, that's right. Other than Gao Wei and Lu Xinwu, 80% of the remaining cultivators agreed with Heng Zhao. After all, they had seen the sword cultivators suddenly change direction. Do we have to face the swordsman directly? Zhu Jun of the Cool Breeze Valley, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, said in a low voice. So what if we face the swordsman? Can they make a move? Li Jijie of the Changbai sect said proudly, "I would like to see the swordsman kill both of us." Ha, even if he transformed into a sword, he will not attack. Those sword cultivators have really lost. They are panicking, De Sun said with a smile. Actually, there is one more thing. Heng Zhao continued, "This sword tomb is truly huge. Although my Dao sect's 10-direction annihilation formation covers over 50 kilometers, it is still insignificant within this sword tomb. This is something that we did not consider when we were discussing setting up a large formation to ambush sword cultivators within the sword tomb. We are chasing after the sword cultivators, but how can we lure them into the large array? I was just discussing this matter with senior brother De Sun. The direction that the sword cultivator fled in is completely different from the location of the great array. We can either stop chasing him or chase him in the direction of the great array." However, before the two of us could come to a conclusion, the sword light appeared. Although it wasn't in the direction of the formation, it wasn't far from it. "Everyone, do you think that the heavens are helping my Dao sect? Hehe, or is it fellow Daoist Xiong's generosity in the sword tomb?" Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect laughed. "Anyway, the sword cultivator is heading towards the 10-direction annihilation formation that my Dao sect has set up a long time ago. Do you think we should chase after him or not?" Heng Li asked loudly. Many gold core stage cultivators had a little discussion. Under the situation where most of the cultivators agreed, they passed down the order of the conference hall and hundreds of thousands of cultivators continued to chase into the sword tomb. LV Ruchang and the other swordsmen were even more delighted when they saw the cultivators chasing after them. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the cultivators, they still headed in the direction of the Brahma Gold Palace. When the time was right, they would turn in the direction of their own great array, the green and red sword light that had changed the entire situation of the battle between the Dao cultivators paused in midair for a moment before suddenly descending and landing on the two balls of light. However, things did not end with the fall of the two sword lights. The incomplete sword essence within 100 miles of the sword light flashed with all kinds of sword lights and flew toward the two balls of light. Even the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the sword tomb rushed over with the sword light with its unique tyranny, setting off countless hurricanes within 100 miles. The hurricane's target was the Brahma Gold Great Array. Yuqing Tian, who had already opened the sky canopy of the Brahma Gold Great Array, could no longer close his eyes and meditate at this time. He activated his magic power and cast a spell. The silver tiger turned into a tiger about a foot long and flew into the sky. It opened its mouth and thousands of silver threads rushed into the sky canopy, covering the entire area where the great array had been torn apart just now. Woo-woo! Countless sword lights surged and sword chi surged. The incomplete flying sword carried the incomplete sword essence and rushed into the silver light canopy above the great array. The light canopy was pressed into a concave shape, but with the support of the silver tiger, it was still stable. At this time, the true face of the Brahma Gold Great Array was revealed. The array was an oval-shaped silver space that was filled with a silver brilliance. At the top of this space was the silver tiger, the magic weapon that controlled the great array. In the center of the great array were the two balls of light of the great yin-yang six directions sword spirit. They were slightly lower than the other balls of light. They were 9 silver areas, which were the rooms where the disciples of the Yu family of fallen Gold Mountain cultivated. At the bottom of the great array, there was a very mysterious place. It was the grid where Xiaohua and the others were going to be blood sacrificed. These grids were operating strangely in the silver light. Yu Qingtian's figure flew in the air, parallel to the two balls of light. He pointed his finger, and with a quick sound, the concave light curtain flickered slightly, and a huge amount of sword energy and metal elemental spiritual energy of heaven and earth, mixed with some of the flying swords and sword intent, rushed into the formation. The sword chi and gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth did not stop at all, and directly rushed into the 9 silver areas and the blood sacrifice grid. On the contrary, the two balls of light did not leave a trace. This was because the flying swords and sword essence rushed directly into the two balls of light. However, the flying swords and sword essence did not cause any ripples when they fell into the balls of light. In the blink of an eye, even more fragments of sword essence flew out from the balls of light. As soon as these fragments of sword essence came out, the balls of light absorbed the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth and rushed to the 9 areas surrounding the balls of light and Yu Qingtian's body with fierce sword chi. There were also some fragments that gradually fell into the blood sacrifice grid. However, after passing through the two balls of light, the sword essence fragments were no longer as violent as before. There was only abundant sword chi produced by absorbing the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Swish, 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 in the 9 silver areas, colorful lights flashed, and the fragments of the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword essence, and sword essence were absorbed. At the same time, the silver light that covered the thousands of grids slowly produced a kind of fluctuation. All the grids gradually trembled, and from the thousands of grids, there were thousands of small suction forces. These suction forces were extremely powerful, and they also drew in the fragments of the gold-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sword essence, and sword essence. However, as soon as these suction forces appeared, another kind of mysterious fluctuation was immediately produced in this area. It slowly passed through the silver light and rushed into the two balls of light in the center. This fluctuation went through the balls of light again, and the rhythm of the fluctuation had already changed slightly. Naturally, Xiaohua was also in one of the grids. He sat quietly and couldn't perceive the changes in the entire grid. From the original square sinking and moving in the silver light, he didn't feel anything at all. After comprehending the secret technique from the jade slip of falling Gold Mountain and the ordinary sword cultivator's sword slip, he took out the incomplete sword transformation sword technique that he obtained from the secret auction in Sky Patrol City. Finally, he dug out the memories of Qin Jian that little white dragon gave him. Now, Xiaohua's cultivation was already at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Although he didn't know if he had reached the peak of foundation establishment, he could step into the gold core stage at any time. His strength was at least comparable to a cultivator at the late stage of gold core stage. How could he be interested in a simple sword cultivation technique? Besides, he already had the flying sword technique of sword plays the world. Now, he also had the real sword cultivation technique of 9 stars illuminating the sun. He also had a higher level of attainment in sword cultivation. His vision was even higher. After looking at the secret technique for so long, he had some gains in his heart. He had already set his goal of comprehension on the primordial spirit sword controlling technique and the sword heart. Planting the sword intent into the sword spirit and letting one's soul combine with the sword spirit, only then can one become one with the flying sword. The sword heart is the heart of the flying sword. This heart is the soul of the person who transformed into the sword, and the flying sword is the body of the sword. Isn't this the same as the cultivation goal of a weapon cultivator? Xiao Hua instantly thought of Ji, who had integrated the seal of overturning the sea. It's no wonder that the Dao sect treats sword cultivators as abnormal. Dao sect cultivators nourish their true qi and use it to condense a core in the dantian. They also use the core to nourish their qi and communicate with the yin and yang of heaven and earth. They nurture a baby in the golden core. When the baby is born, they nourish it with the qi of heaven and earth and strengthen it. When the baby grows up, the baby and the physical body. Xiao Hua thought happily, as if he could feel the superiority of the Dao sect. However, when he thought of the realms after the nascent soul stage, although he still didn't have the true spirit-severing technique, he suddenly woke up and cold sweat seeped out of his body. Damn it, that's not right. If that's the case, then in the end, the nascent soul, isn't it the same thing as the sword heart? He had already faintly sensed this idea when he was meditating after the secret auction. However, he didn't think too much about it. Now that he had obtained more secret techniques and comprehended more, he thought about it again and felt a lot of emotions. That is to say, no matter what sword cultivator, weapon cultivator, beast cultivator, or Dao sect cultivator, in the end, they will all return to the same place. Xiao Hua sighed. Then what about the Buddhist sect? It seems there is a difference? I can't see it now. What about Confucian cultivators? What about soul cultivators? Devil cultivators? There is no such thing as an infant in a devil cultivator. They only cultivate devil fire and devil blood. I'm afraid only Zhang Qingxiao herself knows what level she will reach in the end. It had to be said that this was the shortcoming of Xiao Hua's dabbling in too many things. When he had a little enlightenment in one direction, he would immediately have some ideas in other directions. Whether these ideas were right or wrong, and whether they could help his cultivation, he himself didn't know. Chapter 2601. Of course, on the other hand, if Xiao Hua could comprehend all of his cultivation techniques by analogy, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Let's not talk about anything else. Take flying swords as an example. Xiao Hua himself understood the art of swords playing the world, and he himself knew the art of transforming flying swords. After coming into contact with the sword arts of sword cultivators, his flying swords cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was simply not something that ordinary swordsmen could hope to catch up to. Just when Xiao Hua had some comprehension, he suddenly felt that there were some changes in the small house. It actually started to tremble slightly and an indescribable fluctuation spread throughout the small house. Xiao Hua used his divine sense to investigate and immediately understood. Isn't this the fluctuation mentioned in the secret technique? Could it be this so-called Midas touch is real? In order to expand their influence and even establish a sect, this fallen Gold Mountains Yu family spent a lot of money? And, if that's really the case, then this young master has indeed wronged the Yu family and even the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family. Xiao Hua was someone who knew when to correct his mistakes. He was rather lucky that when he entered the small house, he did not suddenly disappear or make a move to create some trouble for this Midas touch. If this young master is able to benefit from this, I'm afraid that I will really help them in the future. However, is there really a foundation establishment pill in this world that would appear out of nowhere? However, Xiao Hua immediately laughed in his heart. Since this place cannot confine this young master, it won't be difficult for this young master to escape from here. Let's just wait and see how it disintegrates. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua activated the secret technique in the jade slip. A suction force that was neither large nor small rushed out from his body and was transmitted into the fluctuation. Through this fluctuation, a suction force was produced from the small box and rushed up to the space above. Shua, a dense metal attribute spiritual energy passed through the small house and filled Xiao Hua's surroundings. Xiao Hua secretly nodded his head and activated the secret technique. The metal attribute spiritual energy was indeed drawn into his body. However, when he reached this point, Xiao Hua stopped and thought to himself, if it was someone else, with this kind of breathing and drawing spiritual energy into their body, their cultivation would definitely be impressive. However, what benefits does this kind of thin stream of metal attribute spiritual energy have to me? This young master only needs to activate the celestial body bestowment technique, and the metal attribute spiritual energy in the house will probably all be sucked into my body. Forget it, Xiao Hua said with a smile, let's use this secret technique to see if there is any special shady business. Thinking this, Xiao Hua once again stimulated his cultivation method. The heaven and earth spiritual energy entered his body and was gradually tempered by Xiao Hua's cultivation method. Sure enough, a faint trace of true essence was slowly born. This true essence was not as tyrannical as Xiao Hua had imagined. It was similar to the true essence refined from ordinary heaven and earth spiritual energy. Oh, this Midas is Midas long as the secret technique. The Midas heavenly spiritual energy, it would have been tyrannical nature spiritual energy. Most of the metal was the tyrannical nature was. There was tyrannical nature was tyrannical and was not great to the sword cultivators to the sword and sword to cultivate to the cultivators to be. However, for the Yu family of Falling Gold Mountain to be able to establish such a large scale and do shady business of turning stone into gold, it was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations that this secret technique would be able to turn the tyrannical nature of the metal attribute spiritual energy back into ordinary metal attribute spiritual energy. Who would have thought that the moment Xiao Hua's smile appeared, it would freeze again? Along with the influx of the gold-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth, some fragmented sword intent mixed with the sword energy formed from the gold-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth also swarmed into the small room. Once Xiao Hua's skin came in contact with the sharp sword energy and the rather familiar sword intent, an extremely cold feeling emerged from his skin and directly entered the bottom of his heart. This coldness was like a bolt of lightning flashing through his mind. No, that's not right. This secret technique is far more than this. The smile on Xiao Hua's face was instantly shattered and was replaced with shock, or even surprise. However, he didn't have time to think too much about it. He hurriedly urged the secret technique to absorb the bits of shattered sword intent and sword chi into his body and began to refine them with the secret technique. However, just as he was about to transform the sword chi into true essence with great difficulty, Xiao Hua had another thought. He changed the last part of the secret technique that was used to transform true essence to the sword technique used by sword cultivators to condense sword origin. Indeed, it was extremely difficult to convert sword chi into true essence. However, not only was it easy to convert sword chi into true essence, the amount of sword chi was also many times more than true essence. Xiao Hua stored the strand of sword chi into his body and unknowingly clenched one hand into a fist and the other hand into a palm. His face revealed a look of ecstasy. Fuck! The Yu family of Falling Gold Mountain is definitely not an ordinary cultivation family. What a strange secret technique. How is it possible for an ordinary cultivation family to possess such a technique? Xiao Hua almost cried out in shock. This sword intent is a swordsman's understanding of the flying sword. It is the soul of the flying sword in a swordsman's heart. When a swordsman refines his sword intent, he will also gradually condense his soul into the sword intent. In this sword tomb, there are countless sword intents, whether they are nurturing swords, shining swords, or illusory swords. All of these sword intents are damaged and deeply engraved with the soul of the deceased swordsman. These sword intents cannot be used by a swordsman normally, but this Falling Gold Mountain's Yu family is actually able to shatter these sword intents and erase the imprint of the soul, leaving behind only the pure sword intent. To a swordsman, the sword intent and sword spirit are more or less fused together. Furthermore, this sword intent has a sword spirit, and it is unavoidable that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be condensed into sword chi. And this sword chi, through this secret technique, can be converted into sword origin. Especially the sword qi with the fragmented sword intent, it is just like refining a pill. If a cultivator wants to take this pill, they can only absorb a small portion. But what about a swordsman? They should be able to absorb all of it. This young master has always been unable to form sword intent because I do not have sword origin. Now there is a ready-made opportunity. Others want to convert it into true essence, but this young master does not need it and directly absorbs it to form sword origin. This is really dog shit luck. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's mind became active again and he could not help but deviate again. But why don't those sword cultivators of the Huan country have this kind of secret technique? Also, that little deer sword intent of Taoist bright sword. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Xiaohua hurriedly suppressed his curiosity and activated the secret technique to begin drawing in the sword qi and fragmented sword intent. Of course, after a short moment, Xiaohua slapped his forehead again and activated the immortal body bestowment technique. An extremely powerful suction force was born from his body. Whatever the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth, whatever fragmented sword intent, whatever sword qi, whatever they were all sucked into his body like a taotai opening its mouth. Then, he activated the secret technique and the speed at which sword origin was produced increased by a lot. When Xiaohua activated the immortal body bestowment technique, the suction force of the small grid naturally increased by a lot, and even more sword intent fragments and sword qi were snatched over. However, this suction force was still not enough compared to the overall suction force of the small grid. It did not cause any abnormalities at all, and it was impossible to be noticed by Yu Qingnan or Zhang Yuhe. The sword qi and sword intent in the sword catacomb seemed to be endless. Zhang Yuhe's sword spirit had been withdrawn for a long time, but the sword qi and sword intent that were pouring in did not stop. However, the layer of silver grid that Yu Qingtian's silver tiger had scattered in the sky could not support it. Moreover, such a big movement in the sword catacomb could easily attract the attention of others. Yu Qingtian grabbed with his hand, and several silver brilliants flashed on his right hand. The silver tiger roared and rushed to the sky. The brilliance around its body shone brightly, and a shadow of a silver tiger appeared. It slowly flew to the grid and blocked the flying swords and other objects that were rushing in. When it was level with the grid, the shadow turned into a ray of brilliance and merged into the grid. Immediately, the flaw of the large formation was repaired. Zhang Yuhe's smile flashed on the azure light ball again. Lord Yu, it's only been a few hours. The vital essence that you've absorbed is not enough to raise your cultivation level, right? Why did you turn off the large formation so early? This is not the usual time. Yu Qingtian did not care about Zhang Yuhe's ridicule. The battle between Taoist cultivators is here. Swordsmen and city guards of Sky Patrol City often pass by the edge of the sword catacomb. It's best not to make any noise. With that, Yu Qingtian stretched out his hand, and the silver tiger fell into his hand. Silver light flashed all over his body, and a large number of light beams were emitted from the silver tiger, hitting various parts of the sky. The silver light above the large formation flashed violently at first, and then it began to rotate. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, it finally stopped. Zhang Yuhe's face was solemn as she hovered above the azure light. She knew that the Buddhist golden array controlled by Silver Tiger was constantly changing. Even if a swordsman were to pass by, he would not be able to find any trace of the array. It was just as Xiaohua thought. How could a cultivation family with such a wonderful secret technique not have a wonderful concealment formation? However, the seriousness only flashed across Zhang Yuhe's face for a moment, and was immediately replaced by a sneer. Zhang Yuhe's beautiful figure also disappeared from the azure light ball. It seemed that Yu Qingtian had consumed a lot of his magic power to conceal the large formation again. After Yu Qingtian swallowed an elixir, he said gently, "Little friend Zhang, now that everything is ready, can we start the last blood sacrifice? I've been ready for a long time. You'd better ask your foundation establishment boy first." Zhang Yuhe did not show her face, but only sent her voice out. Yu Qingtian looked at the crimson ball of light again. The ball of light was similar to the azure brilliance, and many sword talismans appeared on it. The sword talismans were stacked on top of each other, and no one knew how many layers and sword talismans there were. Yu Tong, are you ready? Yu Qingtian's figure floated in front of the red light ball. Sword light flashed on the light ball, and a faint figure appeared. Yu Tong seemed to be weak, but he seemed to be supporting himself. He said, "Granduncle, the boy can barely control the sword spirit, so he should be able to withstand a blood sacrifice. If this blood sacrifice succeeds, the boy's cultivation will definitely reach the peak of the late foundation establishment stage, and he will be able to control the sword spirit." Chapter 2602. Alright, since that's the case, let's not delay any further. Yu Qingtian nodded slightly. The Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain has been preparing for decades. Today we'll do it in one go. Yes, boy, I'll follow your arrangements. Yu Tong's figure slowly disappeared. It was far less elegant than Zhang Yuha's disappearance. Yu Qingtian watched as Yu Tong's figure disappeared, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. However, after a moment, he turned around again and took a few steps forward solemnly. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger landed in front of him. The silver tiger was like a real white tiger. It shook its head and wagged its tail in midair. Even the scattered light on its body shook in the wind like a tiger's fur. Yu Qingtian took a deep breath and slapped his hand on his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence fell in midair and was about to turn into droplets. Yu Qingtian grabbed with his hand and the blood essence condensed into a ball and stopped. Yu Qingtian then chanted a strange incantation. The same obscure incantation slowly appeared on his hands. As a faint silver light fell on the blood essence gradually became smaller and its color gradually deepened. After 10 minutes, the blood essence was almost invisible, but its color was almost pitch black. Go! Yu Qingtian raised his hands with difficulty as if he was holding up a mountain. The pitch black dot slowly rose from its original place. As Yu Qingtian moved his hand, it hit the silver tiger's forehead. With a soft bang, a black-red mark appeared on the silver tiger's forehead. It was long and flat, like a third eye. The silver tiger also instantly lost its vitality and stopped in midair in a daze. Yu Qingtian's face was a little pale, and there was even a drop of sweat on his temples. However, Yu Qingtian did not have time to wipe it off. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger landed in front of him. Yu Qingtian reached out and his hand slowly went into the mark on the silver tiger's forehead. Strangely, the mark was only the size of a thumb, but Yu Qingtian's hand went in very easily. When Yu Qingtian took out his hand, a fist-sized blood-red crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal was emitting a blood-red brilliance. It was extremely bewitching. There were countless folds on it, and when the silver light shone on it, it reflected countless rays of brilliance. However, all of these silver rays of light had turned blood-red. Yu Qingtian only glanced at the blood-red crystal for a moment before he felt an extremely heart-piercing bewitchment coming from it. He had an impulse to rush into it. He didn't dare to look at it again and hurriedly moved his eyes away. He loosened his grip and the blood-red crystal flew into the air. As soon as Yu Qingtian loosened his grip, a blood-red curtain of light automatically flew out from the crystal. In an instant, it sprinkled over the entire space. Not only did it force the silver brilliance to the edge of the magic circle, but it also fell on the lowest level of the magic circle, where the thousands of small squares were located. However, at this time, the blood-red brilliance only covered the entire area. Under the light screen, the small grid was suffused with a strange blood-red color. Young friend Zhang, Yu Tong, this old man is going to start. Yu Qingtian turned his head slightly, looked at the two balls of light not far away, and reminded them. Yes, the boy is ready. Yu Tong's voice rang out. A moment later, Zhang Yuha's voice also rang out. Sect Master Yu, this is the last blood sacrifice, and also the most important one. You and I have worked together very happily for the past few decades. I do not wish for any mishaps to occur at the final juncture. This old man understands. Yu Qingtian replied faintly, Young friend Zhang, how would you know about the effort this old man has put in? This old man hopes that nothing will go wrong on your side. Ha! Zhang Yuhe chuckled again. Yu Qingtian ignored her and stretched out his hand. An extremely strange spell was formed in his hand, and with a flip of his hand, he hit his chest. A mouthful of blood essence with a silver brilliance spurted out, and Yu Qingtian's face instantly turned abnormally pale. Go! Yu Qingtian bit his lips slightly and grabbed with his hand. The ball of blood essence turned into a bloody shadow that was very similar to a tiger's and rushed toward the blood-red crystal. Buzz! The moment the blood essence touched the blood-red crystal, it immediately seeped in. A blood-red brilliance that was 100 times more intense than before bloomed on the crystal. The brilliance didn't spread far and only lingered a few inches to the left of the crystal. The countless facets of the crystal gave birth to countless brilliances, and it swayed in and out like a blood-red stamen. Yu Qingnan chanted a strange spell again, and a faint layer of blood-red mixed with black gas was produced from his glabella, slowly covering his entire face. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, drops of silver light appeared on Yu Qingtian's hand. There was a layer of blood-red spots on the silver light. Yu Qingnan carefully touched the blood-red stamen with his hand, and it was extremely gentle. But the silver light dripped onto the stamen. Buzz! The entire blood-red space vibrated, and endless fluctuations rippled from the stamen. The stamen also suddenly opened. Shwa! As the stamen bloomed, another blood-red crystal was revealed. The stamen was like a flying dandelion, turning into thousands of blood threads that fell on the thousands of small squares. It was through the red light that the thousands of small squares were stuck one by one. Xiaohua, who was in the small squares, naturally didn't know that the blood sacrifice had begun. He was proudly activating the Immortal Body Bestowment Technique and the secret technique of the Yu family to refine the sword energy. However, the moment Yu Qingtian closed the Buddhist gold formation, the sword essence and sword qi that were pouring in stopped. Xiaohua was quite stunned. However, the jade slip also stated clearly that there were other fluctuations behind it, which meant that there were still other secret techniques cooperating with it. However, after this secret technique was condensed into true origin energy, Xiaohua only took a rough look at it before abandoning it. After all, he could use the sword technique of a sword cultivator, so who would use this useless thing? Now that the sword qi had stopped, it didn't take long for the fluctuations mentioned in the jade slip to appear again. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then followed the instructions of the secret technique and activated his inexplicable cultivation method. He wanted to see if there were any other surprises waiting for him. Sure enough, the Yu family of the fallen gold mountain gave Xiaohua a great surprise. Just as Xiaohua activated this cultivation method, a burst of qi and blood surged up. The true origin that he had refined earlier suddenly changed and rapidly rushed into his blood vessels. What is this? Xiaohua was puzzled. Could it be that he wants to intensify the true bloodline? Feeling the blood vessels in his body begin to boil, and it was indeed somewhat similar to the awakening of Cui Hongshan's true bloodline. Xiaohua didn't think much about it, and only smiled bitterly to himself. This young master doesn't have a true bloodline. However, at this moment, high in the sky where the blood sacrifice was taking place, Yu Qingtian opened his hand and covered the blood-red crystal. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of silver blood essence. The blood-red and black mist covering Yu Qingtian's face also fell into the crystal along with the blood essence. Up! Yu Qingtian seemed to have grabbed a heavy object, and with just a slight lift on the blood-red crystal, the crystal immediately began to emit blood-red smoke. Seeing the smoke rising, Yu Qingtian was relieved. He sat down next to the crystal, took out a medicinal pill, and sent it into the air. Then he closed his eyes slightly. Obviously, even a gold core cultivator like him couldn't bear the consumption of energy in that short moment. The blood-red crystal, along with the appearance of the smoke, began to tremble. The smoke also turned into thousands of thin strands and rushed into the thousands of blood sacrifice grids along with the blood-red light. Xiaohua, who was in the grids, suddenly felt a suction force pass through the hut and cover him. Under this suction force, The boiling blood vessels were about to rush out of his body. "Oh, this is bad." At this point, even if Xiaohua didn't want to judge a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, he couldn't help but be vigilant. He hurriedly stopped the secret technique and wanted to use his cultivation method to stop the qi and blood that was gushing out. As the golden light around Xiaohua's body flashed, the light protecting his body resisted the suction force, and the qi and blood that were about to seep out of his body also gradually fell back. This won't do. Who knows what kind of shady business this Yu family is up to? I'd better get out of here quickly. Xiaohua made a prompt decision. He took out the spiritual talisman again and urged his magical power to hit the wall like before. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, when the spiritual talisman landed on the wall emitted a blood-red light, and the jade talisman was bounced back. The spiritual talisman seemed to be unable to penetrate the wall. This is bad. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Then he took out another jade talisman, but it still couldn't penetrate the wall. Damn it, this young master has been hunting wild geese all my life, but now, my eyes have been pecked by a wild goose. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This young master was only thinking about how to find out the dirty tricks of the Yu family, but I didn't expect to fall into the Yu family's trap. This hut is so strange, what kind of good thing can happen? This young master got a small advantage, but actually suffered such a big loss. This wall is turning blood red at this time, there must be some unforeseen event. Right at this moment, the suction force that was blocked by Xiaohua's protective golden light suddenly increased, and the blood-red light emitted from the wall once again, gradually filling up the entire hut. Without any hesitation, Xiaohua threw the jade talisman in his hand into the air. In a few breaths of time, the rabbit formation was laid out, and the suction force was negated by a little. However, Xiaohua could already sense that the rabbit formation was not able to completely block the suction force, and the strange suction force was still sucking in the blood of Xiaohua's body through the formation. I'm afraid that they have other plans. Xiaohua hurriedly thought of another method, but in the blink of an eye, the suction force increased once again, as though it was stronger than before. At this moment, the suction force was so strong that it exceeded Xiaohua's expectations, and he was a little flustered. The techniques of the Dao sect were all used to stabilize one's inner yuan and defend one's magical power. Very few of them were effective against attacking one's blood meridians. Apart from breaking the hut and escaping from this blood sacrifice formation, Xiaohua did not have any other good methods. Chapter 2603. In a moment of desperation, Xiaohua came to a realization. He was definitely not the only cultivator who had fallen into the trap of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. This small hut was definitely not the focus of the Yu family's attack. In other words, even if he left the small hut, the outside of the small hut was where the suction force was. If he couldn't find a way to deal with the suction force and escape from the area of the blood sacrifice, he would still end up in the same situation as he was in the small hut. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. Xiaohua could almost feel his qi and blood seeping out of his blood vessels and slowly flying out of his physical body. He also felt as though he was floating in the air. However, this was just a feeling. It was as though his blood vessels were bound by something and couldn't completely seep out. Or perhaps, the suction force was still too weak? However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much about it. The suction force increased once again. Even the blood threads that had just entered the small house suddenly descended from the sky and covered his head. Within the blood threads, there was actually something similar to a soul thread that directly penetrated his scalp and approached the location of his soul in the mysterious dark cloud. Soul? Blood sacrifice? If it was just his qi and blood surging out, Xiaohua might not have thought of blood sacrifice. However, how could Xiaohua not think of something similar to a soul thread directly facing his soul? Damn the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. They actually dare to carry out a blood sacrifice here. They really deserve to die. Damn. Damn. A trace of fierceness flashed in Xiaohua's eyes. He actually shouted, damn, 4 times in a row. It was obvious that he hated this blood sacrifice to the extreme. Since he knew that it was a blood sacrifice, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and the soul thread stretched out like a tentacle. The soul thread's fluctuation was already so strong that it easily swept away the blood threads that were similar to soul threads. Xiaohua even released his soul thread again and surrounded him. Waves of strong fluctuations were emitted and blocked the strong suction force. Yuqingtian spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the blood-colored crystal. Countless wisps of smoke were produced and turned into thousands of thin wisps that rushed into the thousands of blood sacrifice grids along with the blood light. In the blink of an eye, thousands of drops of blood essence were sucked out from the thousands of small cells. Hysterical howls could be heard from the drops of blood essence. Fresh souls were struggling and roaring, trying to break free from the drops of blood essence and escape from the bloody light. Unfortunately, the suction force of the blood-red light was so great that even Xiaohua was almost unable to resist it. Most of these cultivators were aura-refining cultivators, so they simply didn't have any means to resist it. They followed the blood-red light and rushed into the vicinity of the blood-red crystal. Shwa! At this moment, sword runes began to circulate above the azure ball of light. Countless flying swords rushed out of the ball of light and surrounded the azure ball of light. Go! Zhang Yuhe's crisp and cold command was heard, and all the sword lights immediately pierced towards the blood-red crystal. Little brat Yu Tong, if you're not coming to help this sword, what are you waiting for? Following Zhang Yuhe's command, hundreds of sword lights also flew out from the scarlet ball of light and pierced towards the blood-red crystal. When the red and azure sword lights pierced about a foot away from the crystal, the blood-red brilliance on the crystal flourished, and the sound of buzzing also became louder. A ball of blood-red light covered the crystal, blocking the sword lights 1 foot away. Close, Zhang Yuhe gave an order, and the azure and red sword lights rapidly circulated outside the blood-red light shield, covering it. Of course, the blood-red brilliance could also penetrate through the sword lights. The azure and scarlet sword lights cooperated very well. Obviously, this was definitely not the first blood sacrifice. At this moment, the thousands or even tens of thousands of living souls had already flown close to the crystal with their essence and blood. Following Zhang Yuhe's soft command, the azure and crimson sword radiance separated into wisps of sword radiance and pierced into these living souls. The living souls let out extremely unpleasant screams and were absorbed by the 2 balls of light along with the sword radiance. Not long after, the 2 balls of light were covered by a layer of blood red. This layer of blood red gradually merged with the balls of light, and the sword talisman that was almost solidified on top of the light also turned into a bright red color. Scandium! Scandium! 2 consecutive sword cries sounded, and the azure Zhang Yuhe wearing a blood-red sword outfit flew out from the azure ball of light. The incomparably sharp feeling came from her body, as if she was originally a flying sword. This Zhang Yuhe's expression was somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were almost unblinking. However, those eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the thousands of souls that flew out along with the blood threads not far away. Shwa! Like a flash of sword light, Zhang Yuhe's figure disappeared from the ball of light, and the next time she appeared, she was right in front of the blood-red crystal. Zhang Yuhe opened her mouth, and hundreds of sword lights that were thinner than a strand of hair shot out from her mouth, and each of them pierced a soul. The souls struggled and howled as they were swallowed into Zhang Yuhe's stomach. At the same time, a crimson Yutong wearing a Taoist robe also flew out from the ball of light. However, this Yutong was much shorter, and even its appearance was somewhat thin. Of course, this Yutong's expression was also sluggish. At the same time Zhang Yuhe swallowed the souls, the Yutong also flew to the other side of the crystal, and with the same appearance, it spat out sword lights and swallowed the souls. After a while, Zhang Yuhe's figure became even more voluptuous, and the Yutong's figure also became bigger and even taller. A loud laugh came from the azure ball of light, and another Zhang Yuhe appeared from the ball of light. This Zhang Yuhe was different from the previous Zhang Yuhe. Sword talismans flashed around her body, and her face was filled with joy. That laughter came from her mouth, and it resounded through the entire blood-red space. Rise, Zhang Yuha gracefully stood on the ball of light like a dragonfly. She casually pointed, and a sword light pierced the sky, piercing through the light curtain that had been sealed long ago. With a loud bang, that sword light actually easily penetrated through. Little friend Zhang, what are you doing? Yu Qingtian originally had his eyes closed, and when he saw Zhang Yuha's actions, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm and immediately flew up from the ground. Of course, I'm condensing the sword heart. Zhang Yuha stopped laughing and said coldly. Through the gap in the great array that Zhang Yuha had created, the torrential rain poured down, and the whistling hurricane also rushed into it. Buzz buzz, however, this overwhelming torrential rain was still unable to stop the soaring sword will. The broken swords and sword wills within 100 miles were stimulated by this sword will, and they broke through the torrential rain and flew toward the Buddhist gold great array. Little friend Zhang, condensing the sword heart doesn't seem to be within the scope of our cooperation. Yu Qingtian's expression was solemn, and he squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at Zhang Yuha. How is it not within the scope of our cooperation? Zhang Yuha's cold face squeezed out a smile. The purpose of refining the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit is to form the sword heart. Only with the sword heart can one step into the sword transformation realm. But Yu Qingtian didn't seem to want to argue with Zhang Yuha. He pointed his finger at the crimson ball of light and said, since you want to condense the sword heart, what about my Yu Tong? Why doesn't he come out and condense the sword heart? His cultivation has only just stepped into the illusory sword realm, right? He's still a bit far from condensing the sword heart. Zhang Yuha said disdainfully. How's the refining of his six directions yang spirit? Yu Qingtian asked again. Take a look for yourself. Zhang Yuha pointed at the Yu Tong beside the crimson crystal and said, although it's still weak, it's already on the verge of completion. This sword can be considered to have completed the earliest agreement with you. Oh, Yu Qingtian looked at the Yu Tong, who was a little sluggish at first, but after devouring the souls and blood essence, his eyes became more and more lively, and he nodded slightly. If that's the case, Yu Qingtian said word by word, the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit has been successfully refined, and our agreement can be considered to have been completed. Condensing the sword heart is not within the scope of our agreement, so I'm afraid I can't agree to it. Zhang Yuha laughed and said, Sect Master Yu, isn't it bad for both of us to have a falling out at this time? The sword spirit of your Yu Tong has not been completely refined yet. Yu Qingtian still shook his head. Young friend Zhang, don't think that this old man doesn't know. If you transform into a sword, how can this old man and the others restrain you? If you go back on your words, this old man and the others will. Unfortunately, before Yu Qingtian could finish speaking, Zhang Yuha laughed nastily and said, if you want to stop this sword now, is it too late? As she spoke, the crimson color around Zhang Yuha, who was in front of the crimson crystal, became thicker. She pointed at the crimson crystal that was covered by the sword light. The crimson light emitted by the crystal shook violently, and an unparalleled powerful suction force was born from the crimson light. The remaining cultivators in the small square who were bitterly resisting the blood sacrifice could not resist it, and all their souls and blood essence came out of their bodies. This all, naturally, did not include Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's situation was not optimistic. He had just released his soul strands when he silently recited the secret technique of refining the yin-yang gourd during the blood sacrifice in the yin-yang Two Springs mountain that day. He urged the soul strands to resist the powerful power of the blood sacrifice. When the two forces were balanced, he hurriedly waved his hand and took out the wishful staff. After raising it, he was about to smash it toward the small house. But at this time, Zhang Yuha and Yu Qingtian fell out and accelerated the speed of the blood sacrifice. This blood sacrifice battle was mysterious, so how could Xiaohua resist it with his soul cultivation power? Suddenly, he felt that the suction force was pulling his soul strands and his blood essence, and even the dark clouds of his soul were about to come out. Xiaohua's soul was scattered, so how could he still care about destroying the small house? In a hurry, he had an idea. He clapped his hand and took out the yin-yang sword gourd. He swung his hand and put it on top of his head. Xiaohua had held the yin-yang sword gourd for a long time, but he did not know how to use it. At this time, when he saw the same blood sacrifice as refining them, he had to take it out and try it. Chapter 2604. Sure enough, Xiaohua's soul strands wrapped around the scarlet, red, and azure sword gourds. Activating a secret technique, the soul strands trembled, and the two sword gourds released a scarlet, red, and azure brilliance respectively. The two sword gourds also produced a huge suction force, just like the suction force from the hut, and resisted the powerful force produced by Jianghu through the blood sacrifice array. Phew! Feeling the qi and blood in his body gradually calm down, Xiaohua finally heaved a sigh of relief. He quietly clenched his fists, which had long been covered in cold sweat. At this moment, there was a huge change outside the blood sacrifice array. As Zhang Yuhe forcefully activated the blood sacrifice array, the remaining thousands of souls were extracted. Half of them entered the body of the Six Directions Yin spirit, and the other half was unexpectedly given to the Six Directions Yang spirit. Yu Qingtian, who was about to activate the Silver Tiger, hesitated at this moment. Although Zhang Yuhe had violated their agreement by forcefully condensing the sword heart after cultivating the great yin-yang Six Directions sword spirit, Zhang Yuhe did not forget their agreement and still helped Yu Tong refine the Six Directions Yang spirit. This made it difficult for Yu Qingtian to decide whether to fall out with Zhang Yuhe or not. While Yu Qingtian was hesitating, the flying swords, which were much more powerful than before, rushed into the Brahma gold array with sword intent and sword qi. Rise. There was a smile on Zhang Yuhe's face, but there was also a serious look on her face. She pointed with her finger, and the ball of light, which was covered with sword talismans and flashed with a layer of blood-red light, suddenly flew above Zhang Yuhe's head. The flying sword, sword intent, and sword qi all rushed into the ball of light. Buzz, 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 the ball of light began to tremble violently. As the flying swords, sword intent, and sword qi rushed in, the azure ball of light began to boil again. The sword talismans on the surface of the ball of light spun crazily like an alchemy furnace. Yu Qingtian watched from afar and bit his lip. From time to time, he would look at the Six Directions Yang spirit that was devouring the souls. There was also the Six Directions Yin spirit that was still in perfect condition. The Six Directions Yang spirit in Yu Tong's image did not seem to be complete, so the devouring process was slightly slower. It took a full hour. After the Six Directions Yin spirit in Zhang Yuhe's image finished devouring the souls, there was a hint of a smile in its eyes. It looked thoughtfully at Yu Tong devouring the remaining souls and did not stop him. This also prevented Yu Qingtian from making a move. At this time, there were already a lot of flying swords, sword intent, and sword qi that had rushed into the azure light ball. Not only did the light ball not expand, it became even smaller. It was only 70% the size of the crimson light ball beside it. Moreover, from the bottom of the light ball, there was another azure crystal thread that was as thin as a hair. It was connected to the crimson light ball beside the light ball, and it slowly hung down on Zhang Yuhe's forehead. As soon as the azure threads came into contact with Zhang Yuhe's skin, they immediately disappeared, and even longer threads emerged from the ball of light. With a loud bang, the moment the crystal thread entered Zhang Yuhe's glabella, the azure light emitted a brilliant sword light. The sword talisman flowed wildly within the sword light, and a huge lotus flower was born from the sword light. Oh no! Seeing an unconcealable sharp aura emanating from the lotus flower, Yu Qingnan immediately came to his senses and shouted, "Zhang Yuhe, this lotus flower is your sword intent?" Ha! Zhang Yuhe laughed, and the azure sword light that had soared into the sky suddenly retracted and fell on the lotus flower. The wind and rain that filled the sky also slowly disappeared, and the flying swords and other things that had passed through the Brahma gold array also gradually decreased. However, all the sword intent and sword qi that had flown in were absorbed by Zhang Yuhe's lotus flower sword intent. This sword is called Yuhe, so naturally I want to use the lotus flower as my sword intent. Zhang Yuhe said proudly, "The lotus flower grows out of the mud without being stained. This is my lifelong pursuit. Good. Yu Qingtian raised his hand and looked at the 6 directions yang spirit in the image of Yu Tong devouring the last dozen living souls. He shouted, "When my boy's 6 directions yang spirit is cultivated, our agreement will be fulfilled. You can go wherever you want to condense your sword heart, and I will not interfere. Even if you want to condense your sword heart here, you can. However, you have to wait until I remove the Brahma Gold Palace. Otherwise, I will definitely not allow you to condense your sword heart here." As he spoke, the silver tiger flashed with a silver brilliance. The silver tiger roared angrily and transformed into a huge tiger with slender eyes that landed in midair. "Io, this sword is so scared." Zhang Yuhe patted her towering chest and looked very scared. However, the playful smile in her eyes was not the fear that Yu Qingnan had hoped for. "This sword has already started condensing my sword heart." Zhang Yuhe's face turned cold. "Do you think you can still stop this sword?" "What? Yu Qingtian was shocked. His gaze fell on the crystal thread on Zhang Yuhe's forehead, and he suddenly realized something. "Your sword spirit is not this 6 directions in spirit?" "Haha, when did this sword say that I want to use this 6 directions in spirit as my sword spirit?" Zhang Yuhe laughed, as if she was a little girl boy who had stolen candy from someone else and only revealed the truth after she had eaten the candy. "This sword already had its own sword spirit when it was conceived. Why would I still need this 6 directions in spirit as my sword spirit?" "You are now a sword spirit?" Yu Qingtian's face turned pale as he said in disbelief. "Yes and no, no and no," Zhang Yuhe said with a smile. "How can a Dao sect cultivator like you know the secret arts of sword cultivation?" Then she glanced at the 6 directions in spirit that had just swallowed the last living soul and smiled. "Wait until this sword refines the real great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit, then you will know what it is." "Roar!" Yu Qingtian roared angrily. "Zhang Yuhe, how dare you violate the agreement between us? You have made a blood oath." "Blood oath?" Zhang Yuhe stretched out her hand and said in confusion, "The warriors of my divine sword region only recognize sword oaths. They have never heard of blood oaths." Yu Qingnan was so angry that his face turned green. "However, since it's a blood oath, this sword is also afraid," Zhang Yuhe said with a smile. "But this sword made a blood oath with you so that I can successfully refine the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit. At this time, the 6 directions yin spirit and the 6 directions yang spirit have not been completely refined. Why do you say that this sword has violated the agreement?" At this point, how could Yu Qingtian not know that he had fallen into Zhang Yuhe's trap? Zhang Yuhe's real purpose was only to step into the sword transformation realm. Of course, this purpose was also the agreement between Yu Qingtian and Zhang Yuhe. However, he never expected that Zhang Yuhe would not rely on the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit to transform into a sword. Instead, she relied on the power of the living souls from the blood sacrifice and accompanied the 6 directions yin spirit to secretly cultivate her own sword spirit. In particular, during each blood sacrifice, Zhang Yuhe would attract the remaining flying swords, sword intent, and sword qi from the sword catacomb. At that time, Yu Qingtian was still complacent and thought that Zhang Yuhe had really kept her promise. In order to show her sincerity, she even helped the disciples of the falling gold mountain to improve their cultivation. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuhe would absorb the flying swords, sword intent, and sword qi from the ball of light to temper her own sword intent? At the last blood sacrifice, she even used the sword intent from the sword transformation realm to attract enough sword qi and other things, providing the opportunity for the sword intent and sword spirit to fuse. The crystal thread under the sword intent was probably something that had been tempered to the extreme by the sword intent. It was probably the link between the sword intent and the sword spirit. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Yu Qingtian could tell that the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit was an extremely powerful sword cultivator technique. He had chosen Yu Tong to refine the 6 directions sword spirit with Zhang Yuhe. Zhang Yuhe had transformed into a sword, but Yu Tong was still in the ball of light and had not come out. No one knew the specific situation, so he had probably fallen into Zhang Yuha's control long ago. Furthermore, refining the six-direction sword spirit had cost nearly 100,000 lives, so Yu Tong's living soul might not be able to escape. Perhaps this was one of the conditions for refining the six directions yang spirit. Furthermore, after the two sword spirits of six harmonies devoured the living souls and blood essences, they spat out crimson and azure sword rays from their mouths and noses. They struck the crimson light around the crimson crystal, and the crimson light gradually shrank back under the sword rays. It was barely holding on. Zhang Yuha must have been plotting against the core of the blood sacrifice formation. Therefore, how could Yu Qingtian delay any longer with Zhang Yuha? He roared angrily, "Go to hell!" Following his roar, Yu Qingtian cast the spell that he had already made. As the brilliance flashed, Zhang Yuha's body suddenly bloomed with resplendent sword light. The silver chain that had flashed out of Zhang Yuha's body earlier did not appear as Yu Qingtian had expected. Instead, several silver streams of light appeared from time to time above the azure lotus. "Ha!" Zhang Yuha laughed loudly. "Your Dao Sex imprisonment technique only imprisons the physical body, not the vital essence. How can it imprison the sword spirit of this sword? This sword has already transformed into a sword, so your so-called imprisonment chain is just a joke." Yu Qingnan sneered when he saw that Zhang Yuha had already seen through his trick. He pointed his finger at the silver tiger that was flying in the air. A silver light flashed in the silver tiger's eyes, and an obscure fluctuation was emitted from the silver light toward Zhang Yuha. Ah! When the fluctuation reached her in an instant, Zhang Yuha let out a heart-wrenching cry. Flashing silver chains appeared around Zhang Yuha's body. The chains turned inch by inch and tightened inch by inch, directly strangling Zhang Yuha's flesh and bones. Even though she had already transformed into a sword, she could not help but cry out, "Little friend Zhang." Yu Qingtian seemed to still not want to push things to a dead end. He said in a low voice, "My Dao sect still has many tricks up its sleeve. This is just a child's play. Although you are a sword cultivator, a blood oath is still useful. When you made the blood oath, it was not desirable. Now that you have transformed into a sword, the blood oath is still effective. Why don't you and I each take a step back? You let my boy go and destroy all the hidden hands, and I will also remove the bone-corroding silver chain. What do you think?" Zhang Yuha endured the unspeakable pain and laughed. "How did I make the blood oath that day? Don't forget that the blood oath I made was that I can't transform into a sword in this life and can only be a sword spirit. However, look, I have already transformed into a sword. Is your bullshit blood oath useful?" Chapter 2605. Little friend Zhang, are you serious about going against me to the end? Yu Qingtian sneered. What a joke. This sword has already transformed into a sword. What can a little gold core cultivator like you do to this sword? Zhang Yuha's body glowed with a boundless azure sword light, which pierced straight towards the countless thin silver light strands around her. Quick! Yu Qingtian did not dare to be negligent. He made a hand seal and hit the silver tiger again. The fluctuations on the silver tiger changed again, and the silver chains that bound Zhang Yuha spun faster. There were even sawtooth-like notches on the chains. Another heart-wrenching scream came from Zhang Yuha's mouth. Her face was extremely ferocious. Zhang Yuha couldn't bear it any longer. Her entire body glowed brightly, and a flying sword of the same size as her gradually appeared from within her body. Her figure slowly hid within the flying sword. However, as the flying sword transformed, the lotus sword intent, which had shrunk to the size of 3 feet, stopped shrinking, and the azure crystal threads also gradually faded. As soon as the flying sword transformed, an overwhelming sword force was emitted from the flying sword. It was like the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, and it enveloped Yu Qingtian. However, the sword force was trembling and was not very stable. Obviously, Zhang Yuha had not completely transformed into a sword. Yu Qingtian did not dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead and released the pressure of a gold core cultivator at the same time, barely resisting the immature sword force. However, at this moment, there was a soft swoosh and a sword light flashed. Yu Qingtian was almost caught off guard. The azure sword light had already struck the body of the silver tiger that was emitting fluctuations, transforming into a sword. It's really amazing. Yu Qingtian's eyes narrowed slightly when he felt the almost torrential sword qi above the sword light and the rolling of the surrounding golden spiritual qi. It's really different from an illusory sword. Even so, there was no surprise on Yu Qingtian's face. Sure enough, when the terrifying sword light struck, the silver tiger was like an illusion and did not receive any damage at all. Instead, the silver tiger raised its head and roared angrily. The silver chain on the flying sword once again produced blood-colored threads of light. The threads of light wrapped around the flying sword and actually corroded the sword beam of the flying sword. Jianghu, you want to destroy the silver tiger within the Brahma gold great array? Dream on. Yu Qingtian sneered. Without any hesitation, he urged the silver tiger again. The blood-colored light turned into bloody flowers that frantically burned the flying sword that Jianghu had transformed into. Roar! A roar seemed to come from her throat. The sword was gradually collapsing under the entanglement of the silver light and the burning of the blood. Jianghu's figure became invisible in the sword light. At this moment, Jianghu was no longer as arrogant as before. In fact, she looked extremely miserable. The silver light was like a sawtooth chain that was deeply embedded into her body. Countless tiny wounds were vaguely visible on her sword-like skin. Moreover, the burning of the blood directly penetrated into her body, as if her entire skin was reflecting a blood-red color. The blood-red color and the sword light intersected from time to time, and it looked really bloody. Jianghu's eyes were wide open, and she opened her small mouth. Not only was her beautiful face deformed, but the silver chain also covered her entire body. Even her hands and arms were struggling with all their might, but they were also bound by the silver chain. She was far from being able to use her magical sword-transforming ability. "I'll fight you to the death." Jianghu was so helpless that she screamed hysterically. She opened her mouth and spat out a small sword. In an instant, it turned into a rainbow and rapidly pierced between Yu Qingtian's eyebrows. Wishful thinking. Yu Qingtian sneered when he saw Jianghu's final struggle and spat out her small sword. He stretched out his hand and threw out the magical weapon that he had prepared long ago. It was a silver shield that was the size of a palm. After flying out, it immediately turned into a shiny piece and blocked in front of Yu Qingtian. Puff, 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 a series of sounds came from the shield. The small sword was so sharp that it instantly pierced through more than 10 layers of the shield. However, the shiny shield seemed to be endless. No matter how many layers the small sword pierced, it would create a new one. Hee. Seeing that the shield had blocked the small sword, Yu Qingtian's lips curled into a smile. However, just as this smile appeared, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A golden core cultivator's instinct sensed that an unparalleled danger was coming from under his feet. Almost without thinking, he moved his body and was about to dodge elsewhere. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Perhaps the two green and red sword lights that flew from the blood-red crystal were too fast. Just as his body flashed, the two sword lights flew over and twisted around his left leg. His entire left leg was twisted into a bloody pulp, and this bloody pulp seeped into the sword lights and disappeared. It was only at this moment that Yu Qingtian realized that he seemed to have completely ignored the six-direction sword spirit. He even looked at the Yu Tong, who raised his head and looked at him in disbelief. There was no pity in this six-directions yang spirit's eyes, only coldness. Yu Qingtian's physical body was injured, and he didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly clapped his hands and swallowed a spirit pill. Then he cast a few spells on the wound on his left leg to stop the blood from gushing out. However, before he could stand firmly in midair, he felt a huge gust of wind in the space. Buzz. At the same time, Jianghu, who was in the distance, once again emitted a bright sword light, and the huge sword cry sounded again. With a strange smile on her face, Zhang Yuha's figure disappeared into the flying sword again. In the entire space, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was suddenly swept up by her, setting off a tyrannical airflow that rushed into the flying sword like a whirlwind. Even Yu Qingtian himself couldn't stand still in midair. Hiss! Yu Qing'an sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly pointed in the direction of the silver tiger. Unfortunately, the silver tiger's body emitted a strong silver light, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it couldn't gather. It seemed that it couldn't compete with the suction force of the sword. Yu Qingtian was very anxious. Regardless of the fact that he was standing on one leg in midair, he waved his hands and cast a few more obscure spells. Dozens of light threads shot out from his hands and shot toward the 6 directions of the Buddhist gold great array. Buzz! The light threads disappeared into the sky, and 6 places that couldn't be seen with the naked eye suddenly roared. A huge amount of golden spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out and was about to be sucked into the silver tiger. However, at this moment, the ka sound was heard as Zhang Yuha's figure disappeared, and the huge sword expanded from the flying sword. Yu Qing'an scanned with his divine thoughts and saw that the layers of Tarsus silver threads that bound Zhang Yuha had been forced out of the flying sword by the dazzling sword light. Whether it was the sawtooth silver light or the blood-red sparks, they were now floating outside the sword light. Several silver threads were even broken inch by inch under the shroud of the sword light and under the expansion of the huge sword. Yu Qingtian understood that it wasn't that Zhang Yuha didn't have the ability to resist, but that she used the Tarsus silver threads as bait to attract his attention and use it to injure him with the 6 directions sword spirit. This woman is really too cunning. Yu Qingtian shuddered, but he saw that the Tarsus silver threads were breaking like an avalanche, gradually expanding from a single point. All the silver threads were on the verge of breaking and the ka sounds were continuous. Forget it. A trace of regret flashed in Yu Qingtian's eyes. He glanced at the huge sword and then at the 6 directions sword spirit, who was using the sword light to devour the blood-red crystal and was as thin as a sheet of paper. He said fiercely, "Even if this old man dies, I won't let you have your way." As he spoke, Yu Qing'an recited a strange incantation, and the blood-red light and black fog were emitted from his glabella again. Ha! Zhang Yuha's arrogance reverberated throughout the entire space. At this moment, she was indeed confident in her victory. There was an extremely soft sound, and a cloud of blood fog was emitted from Yu Qingtian's left arm. Yu Qingtian's left arm was completely gone, and this blood fog was formed from the flesh and blood of his left arm. Yu Qingtian's face was ghastly pale. He had lost his left arm and left leg in succession, and his physical body was greatly damaged. However, he still managed to stand in the air and did his best. This was because he knew that Yu Tong was finished, but there were still thousands of disciples of the Yu family from fallen Gold Mountain in this Buddhist gold formation. These disciples were now like fish waiting to be slaughtered by Zhang Yuha. Yu Qingtian was the only one who could save them. Go! As Yu Qingtian pointed his finger, the blood fog turned into a blood arrow and shot into the blood-red crystal. Zhang Yuha was currently breaking free from the tarsal silver threads, and the sword spirit of 6 harmonies did not receive Zhang Yuha's command. The blood fog fell into the crystal without any hindrance. With a swoosh, the blood-red color of the crystal shone brightly. However, the blood-red color was extremely bright, and it almost caused the 2 sword spirits to retreat slightly. Crack! There was another soft sound, and a crack appeared in the crystal. What are you doing?" Zhang Yuha's voice was like a golden drum. At this moment, the tarsal silver threads had been completely covered by the sword light and had escaped from the giant's sword. Bang! There was a loud sound and a thick, black fog of blood sprang out from the crystal. At the same time, the entire crystal broke into pieces and scattered in midair. As the crystal broke, the thousands of blood-red lights also disappeared. The small squares hanging from the blood-red lights slowly came to a stop, and just like before, they floated messily in the silver light. Damn it! Zhang Yuha was furious. Her whole body shook, and the shadow of a giant sword slashed out. It streaked across the air, and in an instant, it was in front of Yu Qingteng. Yu Qingtian was naturally prepared. With a wave of his hand, the silver shield blocked the giant sword once again. Rumble! There was a loud sound from the shield, as if a big machete had split open a cabbage. Even if the cabbage had complete leaves, it would still be split open. In the end, the cabbage could not withstand the sharpness of the machete. Seeing that the shield was split open so easily, Yu Qingtian was disheartened. The strength of a sword transformation swordsman was far from what he could resist. Chapter 2606. Wu, the giant sword continued to fall and was about to split Yu Qingtian into two halves. Even the golden light protecting Yu Qingtian's body was trembling rapidly. At this critical moment, a clanging sound came from the bottom of the Buddhist gold great array, Kong Kong. It sounded like someone was knocking on the door, but it also sounded like someone was pounding on the door. Who? Zhang Yuhe was suddenly stunned. The giant sword stopped in midair, and Yu Qingtian took the opportunity to roll up a layer of silver light around his body. He suddenly disappeared from where he was, and after a while, he appeared several feet away. Escape technique? Zhang Yuhe's divine sense swept over, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Then she swept her divine sense and gazed to the place where the sound came from. That was where Zhang Yuhe and Yu Qingtian had just performed the blood sacrifice, and the sound came from one of the grids. Someone actually escaped the blood sacrifice? Not only was Zhang Yuhe shocked, but Yu Qingtian was also stunned. With a loud bang, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the corner of the small grid. Then two rays of light, one green and one red, rushed out. Finally, an ordinary-looking cultivator jumped out of the gap with a 3-foot-long magic wand in his hand. Wasn't that Xiao Hua, who had finally escaped after the suction of the blood-colored crystal disappeared? Zhang Yuhe's gaze swept past Xiao Hua, but it didn't stop there. Her gaze landed on the green and red brilliance of light with extreme surprise. Not only did Zhang Yuhe's gaze fall on the sword gourd, but even the six-direction sword spirit, who had opened its mouth to swallow the blood-colored crystal, stopped. Its eyes flashed, and its gaze showed instinctive resistance, contempt, and other expressions. Yin-yang sword gourd? Zhang Yuhe couldn't help but groan. However, Zhang Yuhe had just identified the yin-yang sword spirit when she saw Xiao Hua wave his Taoist robe, and the two sword gourds fell into his Taoist robe and disappeared. Fenging? Yu Qingtian looked at Xiao Hua's young face and the new Taoist robe in disbelief. How are you still alive? Yu Qingtian, who knew that the enemy was right in front of him, couldn't help but groan and ask. Xiao Hua put away the yin-yang sword gourd and scanned the place with his divine sense. He had already seen the whole situation clearly. Zhang Yuhe? Why is she here? Furthermore, how did her cultivation suddenly transform into a sword? Motherfucker, it must be the result of this stupid blood sacrifice. Earlier on, I had been trying to guess Zhang Yuhe's whereabouts with Zhang Qingxiao. Now, it seems that Zhang Yuhe has really been held hostage by a Dao sect cultivator. However, this time it wasn't a cultivation sect, but a cultivation family. This war between Dao cultivators was really not started by Zhang Qingxiao alone. The Dao sect cultivators were also involved. Although Xiao Hua's heart tightened, he didn't dare to show any surprise on his face. He tightened his grip on the wishful staff, scratched his head, stretched out his left hand, and waved very hard. From his face, he squeezed out a harmless smile. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. You too, I went to the wrong place. Continue, I will go out now. After saying that, Xiao Hua looked around and flew towards the edge of the blood sacrifice array. Ha, how interesting. Zhang Yuhe's figure appeared in a flash from the giant sword. The sword light that was slashing toward Yu Qingtian did not dissipate. It was still condensed in the air, and its momentum was very oppressive. To be able to get out of the blood sacrifice array, your cultivation is really beyond this sword's expectations. Zhang Yuhe didn't have the intention to let Xiao Hua go. However, since this sword has seen you, do you think you can easily escape from this sword's hands? Xiao Hua flew to the edge of the blood sacrifice array and looked at the silver brilliance near him. He turned around and smiled apologetically. This kid really came to the sword tomb to admire the purple jasmine flower. I came here purely because I was lost. This kid can make a blood oath. As for the matter between Master Huajian and this golden core stage senior, this kid didn't see anything. After this kid gets out of here, I will immediately return to Meng country and will never come to the sword tomb again. Whether it is about Master Huajian or this golden core stage senior, this kid will definitely not say a word. Fellow Taoist Feng. Yu Qing unhurriedly shouted, "This old man doesn't know which master you are under." There was really a misunderstanding before. Fortunately, fellow Taoist didn't receive any injuries. This old man? Forget it, this old man won't say anything superfluous. As long as fellow Taoist helps this old man trim out this Huan country's sword, my falling gold mountains Yu family will be deeply grateful to fellow Taoist. If fellow Taoist wants anything from my falling gold mountain, this old man will definitely not say a word. I can even share everything that happened in the Washing Flower sect with fellow Taoist. The Washing Flower sect's vice sect masters have a really good relationship with my Yu family. In the future, my Yu family will take care of everything that fellow Taoist does in the Washing Flower sect. Senior Yu, you think too highly of this kid. Xiao Hua hated Yu Qingtian to death. He actually exposed his lie in one breath. However, he still smiled bitterly. This kid is only a foundation establishment stage cultivator. You, a golden core stage cultivator, can't even deal with Master Huajian. What can this kid do? Just now, I was lucky enough to escape with my life. It was just a little secret technique of this kid. Don't drag this kid to his death. As he spoke, Xiao Hua flew towards the silver light again. He knew that he had some methods, but against Zhang Yuhe who had transformed into a sword, he really didn't have the confidence. Moreover, the most important thing was that he didn't want to get involved in the matter between Zhang Yuhe and Falling Gold Mountain. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't let go of Falling Gold Mountain. Do you want to stay out of this? Zhang Yuhe's figure flashed within the huge sword. Her human form and sword form were constantly switching, as if she was comprehending the realm of transforming into a sword, and also seemed to be familiarizing herself with the methods of transforming into a sword. Master Huajian. Hearing this, Xiao Hua, who had just flown a few feet, stopped again. Now that you already have the upper hand and this kid is harmless to you, you can go back to Huan country and never meet this kid again. Why can't you have the virtue of cherishing life and let this kid off lightly? Moreover, at this time, the battle between the Dao cultivators outside the sword tomb is in full swing. Wouldn't it be better for you to go out and kill a few more golden core stage cultivators and help the sword cultivators win? There's no reason for you to waste useless time with this kid here. Xiao Hua was now earnestly advising, just like an eager father and mother advising an unfilial descendant who didn't want to contribute to the country. And what you said is also reasonable. Zhang Yuhe looked at Yu Qingtian, who had almost lost half of his flesh, and nodded. To this sword, it really doesn't matter to me whether I kill you or not. Many thanks, Master Huajian. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and quietly flew a few feet. But Zhang Yuhe's tone changed. Xiao Hua's heart tightened, and he anxiously said, Master Huajian, what else do you want? Nothing. Zhang Yuhe smiled. This sword just wants to remind you that you are now inside the Buddhist gold great array. Without this sword or Yu Qingtian's help, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get out of this great array. Is that so? Then what should I do? Xiao Hua's hand slightly swung the wishful wand. Although your wand is powerful and can break the blood sacrifice's nest, if you want to break this great array, you need the silver tiger controlling the great array. Zhang Yuhe said with a smile. Xiao Hua scratched his head again and smiled bitterly. Senior Yu, I'm afraid you won't open the array, right? Master Huajian, what do you mean? This sword is telling you this because I want to negotiate with you. Zhang Yuhe smiled. This sword will tear a gap in this great array and let you out, but you have to pay this sword a reward. Oh? What reward? Xiao Hua was stunned. He really didn't expect Zhang Yuhe to let him out. Naturally, It's the yin-yang sword gourd you just took, Zhang Yuhe said without hiding anything. This thing is still very useful to this sword. If you take it out, this sword will let you live and tear the great array. So that's how it is. Xiaohua's gaze swept and saw the two sword spirits swallowing the blood mist. Although he didn't know why these two things were in the image of Yutong and Zhang Yuhe, the crimson and azure sword light was the sword light of the yin-yang sword gourd that day. Since these two people used the blood of cultivators to refine, it's these two sword spirits. Xiaohua had already understood, but he still hesitated. Master Huajian, are you talking about the two green and red gourds just now? Yes, it's that thing. Zhang Yuhe nodded. This sword is very curious. This thing is the yin-yang sword gourd of sword cultivators. Where did you get it? Hee, Master Huajian, then what is the use of this so-called sword gourd? Xiaohua didn't answer, but asked instead. What are you pretending for in front of this sword? Zhang Yuhe didn't hesitate to remove Xiaohua's disguise. This sword will tell you, do you dare to listen? I don't dare, it's all this little one's mouth. Xiaohua hurriedly clapped his hands and took out the yin-yang sword gourd. With one in each hand, he held it up and smiled apologetically. This little one picked it up from somewhere else. Since it's a sword cultivator's item, this little one has no use for it. If I can use it to exchange for my life, this little one will naturally be happy. This little one will now give this whatever sword gourd to Master Huajian, but please make a blood oath. Oof. In the distance, Yu Qingtian didn't seem careless because he was ignored. He snorted coldly from his nostrils, looking down on Xiaohua's cautiousness very much. He almost told Xiaohua that sword cultivators used sword oaths and not blood oaths. But Zhang Yuhe was also straightforward. She said coldly, this sword has never made any blood oath. If I want to make a blood oath, it's my sword realm's sword oath. However, do you think a foundation establishment cultivator like you is worthy of a sword transformation swordsman making a sword oath? Just now, this sword saw that you had the yin-yang sword gourd, so I didn't suddenly kill you. Do you think a foundation establishment cultivator can dodge this sword? While she was speaking, the flying sword not far from Yu Qingtian let out a clear, clang sound, seemingly agreeing with Zhang Yuhe's words. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said with a smile, this little one naturally understands. This little one doesn't need Master's sword oath or blood oath. This little one will hand over the sword gourd to Master. I ask Master to let this little one live. Saying this, Xiaohua quietly pressed his two thumbs on the sword gourd. With a shake of his hand, he sent it into the air. When the two sword gourds left Xiaohua's hands, the scarlet and azure sword light slightly flashed, seemingly concealing something. Chapter 2607. However, this sword light didn't attract anyone's attention. Not bad. You're much more tactful than Yu Qingtian. Zhang Yuhe laughed. Since you're so cooperative with me, how can I not send you on your way? With that, Zhang Yuhe waved her hand, and two sword gourds quickly fell into her hands. Zhang Yuhe struck several sword seals on the sword gourds, and the sword gourds emitted extremely brilliant sword light. The scarlet and azure colors were as dazzling as the sun and the moon. This seems to be the clear sword sex sacrificial refining technique. How can you pick it up so easily? Zhang Yuhe whispered in a strange tone. Although Xiaohua heard her voice echoing in the silent Buddhist gold great array, he turned a deaf ear and didn't intend to answer. Of course, Zhang Yuhe didn't expect an answer from him. Zhang Yuhe pointed with her finger, and a pure, crystal-like azure sword light flew out. The sword light was extremely thin, and it was extremely similar to the crystal thread that came out from the sword intent. The sword light landed on the six directions in spirit's glabella, and the six directions in spirit immediately became sluggish and motionless like a puppet. Go! Zhang Yuhe scolded softly, and the azure sword gourd streaked across the air and covered the sword spirit. Return! Zhang Yuhe shook the sword light in her hand, and the six directions in spirit's body began to turn into light and slowly rushed into the azure sword gourd. The sword gourd twisted extremely, and gradually, A human-shaped gourd slowly appeared. Master Hua Jian. Xiao Hua saw that Zhang Yuhe actually ignored him and began to sacrificial refine the sword gourd, so he coughed and said, "Master, let me go. You have plenty of time to do the things you love." Zhang Yuhe snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Hua. As usual, she followed the gourd's pattern and pointed her finger. A similar crystal thread came out of the scarlet light next to her, but the crystal thread was extremely thin and couldn't be seen clearly. Similarly, the 6 directions in spirit in the shape of the jade symbol was also sluggish like a puppet when the crystal thread pierced its glabella, allowing the scarlet sword gourd to slowly absorb it. "Are you going to leave? Don't you want me to send you on your way?" Seeing that everything was over, Zhang Yuhe was perfectly satisfied. She looked at Xiao Hua, who had quietly flown several feet away. Hearing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped, and somewhat awkwardly smiled apologetically. "Master Hua Jian, you are currently doing what you love to do, this little one. It's better not to disturb you. If I can walk by myself, it's better to walk by myself. I don't want to trouble you. How can you not take my words seriously?" Zhang Yuhe sneered, as if she was angry. Her whole body shook, and a sharp sword light flashed, piercing toward Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua felt that this flying sword was even faster than his punishing dream and mountain splitter. He unconsciously shrunk his neck and wanted to dodge. Fortunately, this sword light wasn't aimed at Xiao Hua. Instead, it hit the silver light screen. With a swoosh, a crack as big as a person was torn open. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He didn't dare to bow and hurriedly flew towards the crack. He still shouted, "Many thanks, Master Hua Jian. This little one was resting in the sword tomb today and had a golden millet dream. I didn't see anything." Zhang Yuhe didn't pay attention to him and turned to look at Yu Qingtian. Yu Qingtian stood there, trembling. He was in an extremely sorry and miserable state. When he saw Zhang Yuhe looking at him, he begged, "Little friend Zhang, this old man has cooperated with you for several decades. For you, I even bet my falling gold mountain's reputation and future. I used 100,000 lives to help you refine the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit. If this were to be known by the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries, not even dregs of my falling gold mountain would be left. Little friend, you can even let go of this unfamiliar washing flower sect disciple. Why can't you let this old man go on account of our cooperation for several decades?" Washing flower sect. Zhang Yuhe frowned and hurriedly turned her head. She saw that Xiao Hua had already flown to the edge of the crack. At this moment, Zhang Yuhe shook her hand without the slightest hesitation. "Woo!" An extremely strong sword cry resounded from outside the crack. Shua! A sword light that could split a mountain peak chopped toward Xiao Hua. Fight! Xiao Hua had long been prepared for this. He raised the wishful staff in his hand. Dang! A huge sound rang out. The sword light was actually blocked by him, and his figure was also shaken down by more than 10 feet. However, a strange thing happened. Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared in midair. There was no trace of him at all. Zhang Yuhe coldly snorted. The huge sword light let out a sword cry and blocked the crack that had just been torn open. Boom! A huge sound rang out, and a deep depression appeared not far away from the sword light. Go! As Zhang Yuhe pinched her sword, the flying sword drew an arc and stabbed towards the depression. However, as the flying sword passed through the void, it was unable to do much damage. However, after the flying sword left, the crack on the silver light screen quickly closed up. In the space, not far from the gap that had just closed, Xiao Hua's figure gradually appeared. Xiao Hua held the wishful staff in his hand and looked coldly at Zhang Yuhe. He said faintly, "Master Hua Jian, what do you mean by this? Didn't you just promise I? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Change my mind? Do I need a reason? This sword is willing." Zhang Yuhe smiled and said, "This sword is a woman. A woman's words. Can you take it seriously? If you take a woman's words seriously, then you have lost. You are Senior Hua Jian." After listening to Zhang Yuhe's words, Xiao Hua almost fell from midair. Xiaohua really didn't expect Zhang Yuhe to be so fickle. She was really far from the swordsman in his impression of the Yuxian assembly. So what if I am Senior Hua Jian? Zhang Yuhe sneered. This sword is a woman first, and then a swordsman. Do women need a reason to do things? After listening to Zhang Yuhe's words, the image of another female Jindan stage cultivator flashed in Xiaohua's mind very quickly. If it was not Chen Yi, who could it be? Seems, whether it is a female cultivator or a female swordsman, there will always be some unreasonable. Xiaohua was really speechless. Even in this flash, he thought of the first time he saw Xue Xue in Yenyuan City. At that time, wasn't Xue Xue generally unreasonable? Xiaohua said a few words, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Zhang Yuhe had changed her mind and didn't want to let him out. His 2 yin-yang sword gourds were wasted. He was afraid that he would have to fight to the death with this Master Hua Jian. Thinking of this, Xiaohua naturally put away his previous apologetic smile. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and patted his forehead. The pressure that was very similar to that of a Jindan stage cultivator was slowly released, and he himself slowly flew in the direction of Yuqing Tian. He knew in his heart that although he was extremely disgusted with Yuqing Tian, and because of some of Yuqing Tian's words just now, he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, which made Zhang Yuhe suspicious and cut off his way out. However, at this time, only he and Yuqing Tian were facing Zhang Yuhe. He had no choice but to cooperate with Yuqing Tian. At this time, Yuqing Tian's physical body had been greatly damaged. As a Jindan stage cultivator, his cultivation might not be in Xiaohua's eyes. However, everyone was inside the Brahma Gold Formation. Obviously, Yuqing Tian was the key to controlling the Brahma Gold Formation, and the Silver Tiger, which was still roaring in the air, was probably the center of the formation. Xiaohua had no choice but to compromise with Yuqing Tian. Of course, Xiaohua had another plan for approaching Yuqing Tian so closely. Sure enough, when he saw that Xiaohua was actually a Jindan stage cultivator and was even approaching him, Yuqing Tian was simply overjoyed. He didn't have time to think about Xiaohua's purpose in coming here. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger flew in front of him. He landed on it easily, and the silver tiger turned into a stream of light and pounced on Xiaohua. Yuqing Tian, who was on the silver tiger, hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist Feng, you and I will fight the enemy together. What I said before still stands." Xiaohua stared at Zhang Yuhe and occasionally glanced at Yuqing Tian from the corner of his eyes. He didn't answer Yuqing Tian's temptation. He could take the things from the falling gold mountain, but he wasn't interested in protecting the falling gold mountain at all. Moreover, he also knew in his heart that how could Zhang Yuhe make Yuqing Tian join forces with him? If Yuqing Tian hadn't called him back, he might have been able to struggle at death's door for a while, or even, he might have been able to preserve his life under Yuqing Tian's flowery words. But at that time, Yuqing Tian was really blinded. He was afraid that the matter of the blood sacrifice would be exposed to the Huanhua sect, so he spoke out to make him stay. Although he had no way to survive, he had no choice but to cooperate with Yuqing Tian to face Zhang Yuhe. But on the other hand, didn't Yuqing Tian personally push him to the edge of the cliff? Faced with a Jindan stage cultivator who was in good condition and a Jindan stage cultivator whose physical body was greatly damaged, it was obvious how Zhang Yuhe would decide. This was also the reason why Xiaohua released his spiritual aura as soon as he turned around and flew toward Yuqing Tian. A Jindan stage cultivator? Interesting. A trace of astonishment flashed through Zhang Yuhe's eyes, but she immediately sneered. Indeed, a Jindan stage cultivator was nothing in the eyes of Hua Jian. However, when she saw Yuqing Tian riding the silver tiger to meet up with Xiaohua, she sneered. It was exactly as Xiaohua thought. How could she let Yuqing Tian join forces with Xiaohua? Even if it was a cultivator who was struggling at death's door, it wouldn't work. Go to hell, Zhang Yuhe scolded softly. Sword light flashed around her body, and 2 flying sword phantoms rushed out. One slashed toward Yuqing Tian, and the other slashed toward Xiaohua. This Hua Jian's sword light was extremely powerful. Just as it was born, an incomparably turbulent sharp qi rushed toward them. Even the sword light seemed to be able to cross space, and all of a sudden, it arrived in front of Xiaohua and Yu Qingtian. "Fight!" Xiaohua roared. He suddenly raised the wishful steel staff and hit it toward the flying sword. With a loud rumbling sound, thousands of sword light fragments scattered in the air. Zhang Yuha's sword light was actually scattered by Xiaohua. And Xiaohua himself, under the huge force of the flying sword, flew diagonally in the direction behind Yu Qingtian. Chapter 2608. When Yu Qingtian saw that the sword light was about to strike him, he formed a seal with his hands. After a silver light flashed, his figure disappeared from the silver tiger. Ah? Gold escape? Xiaohua, who was already extremely proficient in escape techniques, could tell at a glance that the secret technique Yu Qingtian used was not some concealment technique, but an escape technique he was familiar with. At this moment, Yu Qingtian was absolutely right to use the gold escape technique. He no longer had any power to resist, and even his defense was barely satisfactory. All he could do was dodge. However, Yu Qingtian made a second fatal mistake. Although his figure disappeared and Zhang Yuha's flying sword chopped down, Silver Tiger still did not receive any damage from this flying sword. However, the Silver Tiger was still flying in the air, and it was flying in the direction of Xiaohua. Sure enough, after a moment, Yu Qingtian's figure appeared less than 1,000 feet in front of Xiaohua, and the Silver Tiger obediently stopped under him. "Alas, be careful, fellow Taoist Yu." Seeing that Yu Qingtian really appeared not far from him and really appeared on the Silver Tiger, Xiaohua sighed and could not help but remind him. "Fellow Taoist?" Yu Qingtian was a little puzzled. Zhang Yuha's flying sword had clearly just struck the air and dissipated in the distance, but he still hurriedly released his divine thoughts. However, at the same time, the sword light that Zhang Yuha had condensed in midair had quietly followed the Silver Tiger's flight and slashed horizontally behind Yu Qingtian's back. "Fellow Taoist, save me." Yu Qingtian was horrified. As he shouted, his figure desperately flew toward Xiaohua, and he formed a seal with his hands desperately. However, Xiaohua had no intention of saving him at all. At this time, the flying sword that had been condensed suddenly struck him, and his whole body was imprisoned. Before Yu Qingtian's gold escape technique could be launched, the flying sword had already slashed horizontally at his back. All the armor and golden light that protected his body could not withstand the sword of a swordsman. Yu Qingtian only let out a loud cry before his waist was split in two. The flying sword was so sharp and powerful, but Yu Qingtian's figure was still intact, and the Silver Tiger was still flying with him. However, in the blink of an eye, the silver light around the Silver Tiger trembled violently and was gradually annihilated. The ferocious phantom from just now was gradually absorbed into the celestial artifact and returned to an ordinary celestial artifact. It followed the inertia of Yu Qingtian's corpse and floated toward Xiaohua. Buzz, at Zhang Yuha's location, a sword light soared into the sky and flew toward the Silver Tiger like a big hand. Xiaohua sneered, and his figure suddenly moved. Almost like a phantom, he floated toward the Silver Tiger like a ghost. A gust of wind blew past, and Xiaohua's figure appeared on the left side of the Silver Tiger. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab the Silver Tiger. For Xiaohua's wind escape technique, a distance of several hundred feet was really a long time. At this time, Zhang Yuha's sword light had just flown a distance of several hundred feet. However, just as Xiaohua's finger was about to fall on the Silver Tiger, the Silver Tiger suddenly turned into a rainbow and flew toward the area of 9 houses in the distance. It seemed that someone was coveting it from the side. "Where are you going?" Xiaohua sneered, and the heaven and earth sleeve covered the Silver Tiger. Although the Silver Tiger struggled violently, could it defeat Xiaohua, who was like a tiger and a wolf? Xiaohua wrapped the Silver Tiger with his mind and sent it into the space. Not only that, after Xiaohua received the Silver Tiger, his small hand easily reached out and nimbly took off the storage bag on Yu Qingtian's corpse. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually so greedy, Zhang Yuha's sword light shone brightly. With a buzz, it flashed and slashed toward his face. "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed and roared, "You're looking for a beating." Then, without hesitation, he waved the wishful staff, and the staff's shadow hit the mountain-like sword shadow with earth-shattering force. Rumble, there was a tremor like an earthquake, and Xiao Hua's figure was sent flying obliquely like a bullet. However, Zhang Yuha's sword attack was defeated by Xiao Hua once again. After the sound, the whole space was silent for a while. Zhang Yuha's attack was suspended, and Yu Qingtian's corpse had fallen to the bottom of the silver brilliance, piled together with the corpses of the blood sacrifice cultivators that he had used every possible means to attract. Those corpses even had their own small lattice as a coffin. However, Yu Qingtian's corpse was split in half, and no one paid any attention to it. Xiao Hua held the wishful staff in his hand and stared at Zhang Yuha in the distance like a tiger watching its prey. At the same time, he was somewhat thoughtful. In this moment, Xiao Hua received 3 attacks from Zhang Yuha. Although Zhang Yuha sent Xiao Hua flying each time, and each attack was more powerful than the last, there was also a limit to this power. For Xiao Hua, this kind of attack was even inferior to Qin Jian's, who was only at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. Of course, when Qin Jian faced Xiao Hua, he also used the sword transformation secret technique. His attack was comparable to the sword transformation secret technique, but after all, he was comparable to the sword transformation secret technique. His attack could only be inferior to Zhang Yuha's sword transformation secret technique, and it was impossible for him to surpass Zhang Yuha's sword transformation secret technique. So why was Zhang Yuha's attack so weak? On the one hand, Zhang Yuha's attack was not weak. She cut Yu Qingtian, who had the strength of a gold core, in half with one sword. The sharpness of that sword light was evident. However, this kind of sharpness was against Xiao Hua's wishful staff, and it was absolutely difficult to produce the kind of power that could kill Yu Qingtian. The biggest effect of this attack was to send Xiao Hua flying, and it couldn't even hurt a single hair on Xiao Hua's body. On the other hand, Zhang Yuha's attacks hadn't transformed into swords, nor did they contain any sword intent. They were purely strands of sword light, yet these strands of sword light were capable of blasting Xiao Hua flying. This proved that Zhang Yuha's strength was far from what it appeared to be. Why didn't Zhang Yuha use her killing move? Thinking about the shocking attack of the old man who had transformed into a sword on Foul Crow Mountain, Xiao Hua shuddered and looked at Zhang Yuha with vigilance. When Xiao Hua quietly swept his Buddhist awareness over the continuously shrinking lotus sword intent, as well as the crystal threads connected to Zhang Yuha's forehead, and even the crimson ball of light near Zhang Yuha's left side, as well as the 6-direction sword spirit that was merging with the yin-yang sword gourd, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. This fiend, I'm afraid she has just stepped into the sword transformation secret technique, and is still at the stage of the fusion of sword intent and sword spirit. The sword heart required for the sword transformation secret technique. She has yet to condense it. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have already chased after me. Also, what kind of sword spirit did she refine? Why is it so similar to the yin-yang sword spirit? Right now, that sword gourd, is it being swallowed by her 2 sword spirits? At the critical moment? She doesn't dare to stay away? Xiao Hua's mind instantly calculated several times, and he finally understood. If I don't catch her off guard now, when will I? If I let her refine this sword spirit and consolidate the sword transformation secret technique, how can this young master survive? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the seal of turning the sea. He urged his spiritual power, and a buzzing sound could be heard. The seal of turning the sea suddenly expanded, and the coiling dragon on the seal was overflowing with light and color, rolling up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding dozens of feet. Go, as Xiao Hua pointed his finger, the coiling dragon roared and flew from the seal. It circled around the seal, opened its hand, held the seal in its mouth, and rushed toward Zhang Yuha. Xiao Hua urged the wind escape technique to follow behind the seal of turning the sea like a shadow. He held the wishful staff in his hand and wanted to fly to Zhang Yuha's left side. Oh! Seeing the power of the seal of turning the sea, Zhang Yuha was a little stunned. The coiling dragon's body was rolling with muffled thunder, as if heavenly thunder had streaked across the sky. Although it hadn't come close, that kind of indescribable confinement force had already come, making her sword heart that was in the process of condensing ripples of fear. She couldn't help but be surprised. What a strange boy. Zhang Yuha's golden voice sounded. The Huanhua sect actually has such a background. No wonder they dared to support the blood sacrifice of 100,000 creatures in falling Gold Mountain. Xiao Hua didn't want to be long-winded with her. He urged his spiritual power again. Roar! The coiling dragon roared again, and the seal in its mouth spat out, attacking Zhang Yuha. Although Zhang Yuha was surprised, she was still relaxed. She raised her hand and an azure sword light flew out. With a rumbling sound, it really hit the seal. Xiao Hua's seal, which was able to send the flowing ice valley's hard rock flying for several zhang, actually let out a rumbling sound when it came into contact with this thumb-thin sword light. It violently tumbled and was blocked in midair by that sword light. Fight! Xiao Hua was not discouraged. He chanted incantations and his hands continuously formed seals. While the seals were tumbling, they fell with a rumbling sound. After several times, they actually managed to defeat the sword light. Ignorant child, how can you know the methods of a sword cultivator? Zhang Yuha didn't find it strange. She put her hands together and rubbed them slightly. It was as if a shiny lotus flower appeared in her hands out of thin air. Dozens of sword lights flashed brightly, forming a lotus flower, and slowly flew into the air. Above the lotus flower, the sword lights expanded and contracted in different directions, swallowing and spitting out, covering an area of dozens of feet. Fight! Xiao Hua urged the seal of turning sea again. Although the sealing power of the seal of turning sea was extremely strong, and the sword lights flickered under the seal of turning sea, these dozens of sword lights were like a sword formation, or perhaps a hole. All the sword lights rotated and alternately blocked the seal of turning sea in midair. After several heavy blows, the scattered sword lights were blocked by other sword lights, and the sword lights gradually recovered in a short moment. Transforming into a sword is really unexpected. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly, carefully understanding the difference between the transforming swordsman and the illusory swordsman. After the fusion of the sword intent and the sword spirit, the sword intent is rarely used to drive the sword chi. Instead, the sword light is directly used. I'm afraid that the sword heart is used to control the sword. This seems to be the essence of the flying sword. Watch this young master. Xiao Hua thought as his figure flew in front of the sword light of the lotus flower. With a whoo sound, he waved the wishful steel staff and smashed it on the sword light. Boom! A hole as thick as a bowl appeared in the sword light. It was the wishful steel staff that smashed it. Chapter 2609. Swish! Zhang Yuha didn't even raise her eyebrows. She flicked her finger, and a sharp sword light appeared, stabbing towards that flaw. But at the same time, Xiao Hua also released his hand, and a faint golden light flashed, stabbing into that flaw at an extremely fast speed. Ka! Zhang Yuha's sword light was actually cut by that golden light. The golden light didn't lose its momentum, and still rushed towards Zhang Yuha. Ha! Zhang Yuha was slightly surprised. When she saw that the golden light was half a pair of scissors, she frowned, as if she thought of something. However, the scissors were like lightning. The sharp Tengjiao scissors swung its tail, and it was already less than 2 zhang away from Zhang Yuha. Zhang Yuha clenched her hand again, and a ball of azure brilliance appeared in her palm. That brilliance was like a lotus seed. Go! Zhang Yuha raised her hand, and that brilliance flew out of her hand. Swish, swish, the lotus seed seemed to swell with the wind. After a few flashes, another lotus similar to the brilliance around her body shot out sword light in all directions, blocking the Tengjiao scissors. This lotus was like a hedgehog that rushed towards the Tengjiao scissors. In an instant, the Tengjiao scissors flashing with golden light was knocked 1 zhang away. Although your strength has reached the late gold core stage, this magic weapon is also powerful. Zhang Yuha sneered, but there is still some distance between this sword and this sword. Playing in front of this sword, isn't it a bit lacking? Damn it. Zhang Yuhe seemed to have just stepped into the sword transformation stage and intended to use Xiaohua to practice. She was somewhat calm and unruffled as she explained to Xiaohua. But just as she said this, she cried out in alarm again. She saw the Tengjiao scissors flash with a golden light in midair, chopping towards the sword intent that had already turned into an azure lotus and the crystal thread that was next to it. Following Zhang Yuhe's cry of alarm, another brilliance flashed from Zhang Yuhe's hand. The Tengjiao scissors was hit by the brilliant sword light, and was once again sent flying high into the air. However, the Tengjiao scissors was like a naughty child. At this moment, it suddenly stopped being naughty. With a roar, it suddenly turned into a dragon and rushed at the crystal thread between Zhang Yuhe's eyebrows. It was the crystal thread that was connected to the green lotus with countless flashing sword talismans and a faint green brilliance flowing around it. This crystal thread was close to the Tengjiao shears that had been sent flying. Only now did Zhang Yuhe understand what Xiaohua was thinking. Only now did she know the true intention of Xiaohua's soaring dragon shears to break through her sword intent. Xiaohua's attack was clearly premeditated. Moreover, the sharpness of the soaring dragon scissors was far greater than before. The golden light flashed and immediately arrived in front of the crystal thread. The murderous golden light had already touched the sword essence on the crystal thread. "You bastard!" Zhang Yuhe's expression suddenly changed. She no longer had her previous carefree expression. This crystal thread was clearly her greatest weakness right now. Moreover, this attack was far beyond her expectations. After all, the crystal thread was right between her eyebrows. It was really a distance that could be reached by raising one's hand. Attack! The sword light around Zhang Yuhe's body flourished. She spat out the small life sword that had previously injured Yu Qingtian with a whoosh. It really struck the Tengjiao shears like a bolt of lightning. Almost at the same time Zhang Yuhe spat out the small life sword, the small life sword appeared near the Tengjiao shears. It was somewhat similar to a nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul teleportation. The Tengjiao shears and the small life sword collided. With a crack, Zhang Yuhe's small life sword was unexpectedly sent flying. Although the Tengjiao shears' flying momentum was blocked, the golden light swept past and cut the crystal thread. Buzz. The green light on the small life sword flourished. Immediately, countless sword runes and sword lights flew out from the lotus sword intent and merged with the small life sword. The small life sword was mixed with Zhang Yuhe's anger as it pounced on the Tengjiao shears. How could Zhang Yuhe not be angry? The golden light of the Tengjiao shears flashed, and the green and red crystal threads overflowing from the sword runes were instantly cut. Dozens of broken sword runes slid down from the crystal threads like dripping blood and drifted in the air. As the crystal thread was cut, the red ball of light that was originally frozen suddenly began to move. It was like a recovering heart, and the sword symbol on it also gradually became alive. Damn it! Zhang Yuhe urged the small life sword to resist the Tengjiao shears. Her two hands were originally going to stretch out and transform into swords to catch the Tengjiao shears, but at this moment, she was helpless. She struck out with the sword art in her hands, and sword lights turned into green sword runes that fell on the two broken crystal threads, wrapping them up. As for the crystal threads on her glabella, they were hidden in the air again. At the same time, the green lotus turned into a green light ball. The sword runes on it swelled and the brilliance boiled, just like the crimson light ball. Bang! Another loud sound. The Tengjiao shears wailed, and the golden light around it faded. It could no longer maintain the illusion of a dragon, and turned into half a pair of shears that stopped in the air. Seeing that Zhang Yuhe was flustered by his Tengjiao shears, Xiaohua's little tail was already raised to the sky. Just as the thought of sword transformation swordsman is only SOSO arose, the Tengjiao shears was hit by Zhang Yuhe's small life sword. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Ever since he obtained the Tengjiao shears, he had always been invincible. Even illusory swords had to suffer under his Tengjiao shears, but he had never been beaten out of his original form by others. Sword transformation swordsman is indeed powerful. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. But before his sigh dissipated, he saw that near the Tengjiao shears, countless green sword lights were shining. They were like the small life sword's little friends that surrounded the Tengjiao shears, wanting to beat it out. Not good. Xiaohua suddenly felt that his connection with the Tengjiao shears was weakening. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Although this thing was incomparably sharp and was very powerful as a magic weapon, it was still lost. Xiaohua's heart was in pain. But this thing was seen by Feng Buping, that guy's messaging talisman. If Zhang Yuhe obtained it and brought it back to Huan country, wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't Xiaohua be chased by Feng Buping's teacher? Xiaohua panicked and hurriedly clapped his hands. Go! Seeing a blue wave falling from the sky, the primordial water in the clear water bottle fell down like a vast sky, surrounding Zhang Yuhe's flashing sword lights. That monstrous wave, under the control of Xiaohua's Buddhist seal, rushed towards the Tengjiao shears like a swarm of bees. The primordial water was indeed powerful. Under the heavy pressure and under the strong corrosion, Zhang Yuhe's sword lights were compressed by a lot. Even the places where it came in contact with the primordial water were filled with many tiny bubbles. The previously weakened connection became clear again under Xiaohua's surprise attack. Xiaohua no longer dared to hesitate. He urged the Tengjiao shears to once again turn into a golden light and fly back. In this moment, the two light balls, one green and one red, had already begun to swell together. Although the crystal wires that were blown apart by Xiaohua didn't overflow with sword lights, the sword talisman he took out was already flashing with red and green brilliance. The surrounding sword talismans were also gradually shining. Oof, what a powerful cultivator! Zhang Yuhe's pink face became even more ashen. In her eyes, there was a bit of astonishment mixed with shame and anger. You can actually control 3 magic weapons at the same time? No, as long as it was an ordinary cultivator, their divine sense was limited. They could only take out and control 1 magic weapon. Only a few people with strong divine sense could control 2 magic weapons. Xiaohua had already taken out 2 magic weapons before. He could be counted as one of the few. However, this still couldn't make Zhang Yuhe shocked. However, when the 3rd magic weapon was taken out, Zhang Yuhe could no longer remain calm. Primordial water, even if it was just 1 magic weapon, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to control it, let alone 3 magic weapons? This young master has a lot of divine abilities. You just wait to taste them one by one. Xiaohua laughed nastily. This concubine is so scared. Zhang Yuhe immediately referred to herself as a concubine. She even reached out her hand and patted her chest. That cute and lovable appearance was no different from Zhang Yutong's. However, Zhang Yuhe was like an awakened viper. As soon as the hand that was patting her soft chest left her skin, a resplendent sword light immediately flashed. That sword light was like the first light of dawn, extremely fast flying towards the Tengjiao shears. A powerful suction force was born from the sword light. Damn it, I poked a hornet's nest. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He raised his Buddha's Saraira and a mountain-like wave rose from the primordial water, hitting that sword light with earth-shattering force. You can also control primordial water? Zhang Yuhe saw that the wave of water heavily pressed down on her sword light. She knew that this primordial water was by no means the transformation of a trace of primordial water, and the control of so much primordial water was something she didn't know. She couldn't help but feel a little more astonished. It seemed that there was a kind of emotion called regret growing in her heart at this time. If she hadn't left Xiaohua behind, at this time in this Buddhist gold great array, she would have been the only one condensing her sword heart. What a pleasant place to be! Who told her to have a little more thought, leaving Xiaohua behind? Not to mention that the silver tiger of the Buddhist gold great array was unknowingly taken away by Xiaohua. Not to mention that the condensation of her sword heart was disturbed. Even this bullshit primordial water great array gave her a headache, right? Seeing that the wave was like a fist hitting the sword light, the whole sword light was extremely flickering. It was actually more powerful than Xiaohua's wishful staff. In particular, the primordial water was extremely corrosive and pervasive, penetrating through the sword light. Seeing that the sword light protecting her body was damaged, Zhang Yuhe didn't dare to be careless. She opened her almond-shaped eyes wide and took a deep breath. Buzz, a huge roar sounded, and her figure disappeared again. A giant sword appeared, and at this time, the sword light was slightly blue. With the appearance of the giant sword, that kind of oppressive sword power was born again, forcing Xiaohua to retreat more than 10 feet. The sword light of the giant sword was like a ray of light, covering the previous sword light, and even piercing the primordial water a few feet away. Fortunately, Xiaohua took advantage of Zhang Yuhe's distraction and hurriedly put the soaring dragon shears into the space, and also the seal of turning the sea that had been unable to do anything. Zhang Yuhe transformed into a flying sword, and also made up her mind to kill Xiaohua on the spot, and then concentrate on condensing her sword heart. The giant sword had already appeared, and the dazzling sword light filled the whole space. The sword chi on the giant sword stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and even the primordial water was surging in this sword chi. Chapter 26:10. Brat, look at this sword's attack. Zhang Yuhe's voice didn't contain any emotion, but the anger in it was obvious. The sound of a golden chime reverberated through the entire space. Then the huge sword slowly rose. An irresistible and unparalleled sword force was sandwiched in the sword chi and enveloped Xiaohua from afar. Immediately, Xiaohua felt powerless, as if his whole body was restricted. Sure enough, it's sword transformation. I don't need to use any sword intent at all. I can rely on this flying sword to defeat the enemy in one strike. Xiaohua sighed. However, his eyes focused. With a clap of his hand, many fire talismans appeared in his hand. Zhang Yuhe's huge sword seemed to strike very slowly, but Xiaohua's innate primordial water was completely enveloped by this huge sword. Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira did its utmost to control the primordial water, but under the sword aura of the huge sword, it was difficult to create any ripples. Boom! The seemingly slow but actually swift strike created a several zhang wide gap in the innate primordial water. Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira slightly swayed, unable to resist this sword that could even split Rooster Cry Mountain. Sword transformation. Sword transformation. Sword transformation. Truly facing this sword transformation attack, Xiaohua naturally understood his own shallowness that day. This sword transformation attack seemed to have condensed some indescribable mysteries. As early as the moment the huge sword split the innate primordial water, Xiaohua already felt his entire body was completely confined. He couldn't use any kind of true essence or any kind of magic art. His entire heart was completely pierced by the small sword in advance, and an indescribable throbbing was born in his heart. Moreover, this sword transformation attack seemed to have broken free from the constraints of space. Just as it flashed around the innate primordial water, it immediately appeared in front of Xiaohua. At the same time Xiaohua's Taoist robe was destroyed by the fluttering sword aura, the golden light protecting his body rapidly flashed. Xiaohua was very anxious. He really didn't expect that he would be so weak in front of the sword transformation attack. This sword hadn't fallen yet, and he had already been defeated. Xiaohua's body began to flicker with brilliance, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Xiaohua wasn't willing to sit and wait for death. He wanted to use imperial thunder travel to escape from the giant sword's envelopment. However, that confining sword force was too strong. Although Xiaohua's strength was comparable to the late stage of the core formation realm, and he could even face nascent soul cultivators head-on, he was still only at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. It really wasn't easy for him to escape from this sword transformation. Even though he managed to activate his powers with the help of the dragon transformation art, his body was still wobbling and he was unable to fly. At this critical moment, the huge sword suddenly paused. It was unknown whether it was because Zhang Yuhe's sword cultivation was not high enough or if there was some other unforeseen event. In short, it paused for a moment, and the force that tightly imprisoned Xiaohua suddenly loosened. With a swoosh, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew back several meters. Immediately after, Xiaohua waved his hand again, and like a fairy scattering flowers, the dozen or so fire talismans scattered around the huge sword. The huge sword only paused for a moment before flying up again. The dazzling sword light had already pierced through the dozen or so fire talismans. Rumble, tyrannical pillars of fire soared from the surroundings of the huge sword, and in an instant, the entire sword was wrapped up. The sword light on the huge sword was extremely bright in the explosion of the fireball jade talismans. Even the flying momentum of the huge sword was blocked, and the sword force that was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator was also shaken by the jade talismans. Wang Wang, the huge sword's sword hummed loudly, as if Jianghu was extremely angry. When the smoke cleared, the giant sword was revealed. Not only was the sword light smaller, even the size of the flying sword seemed to have shrunk. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that as soon as the giant sword appeared, a light that resembled a giant hand condensed in the air. Previously, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the space had been absorbed by the giant sword. Now, the silver light in the entire Buddhist gold great array was swaying and dragging. It was like stars chasing the moon as it rushed into the giant hand. Even the giant hand was covered in a layer of faint silver light. Nascent soul's hand? Jianghu turned pale with fright. How could she not know about this kind of sharp weapon that could deal with a nascent soul cultivator? Xiaohua's face showed a trace of satisfaction. The true essence in his body rushed into the nascent soul's hand like a flood. His meridians that had been tempered for a long time faintly felt a bit uncomfortable, but he couldn't not urge it. This was one of his few trump cards. Wu, the nascent soul's hand streaked across the air again, and with the same power as the huge sword just now, a kind of earth-shattering confinement power covered the 5 fingers. Moreover, the 5 fingers were flashing with a silver light, looking extremely sharp. At this time, Jianghu didn't have any other choice. She slightly raised the huge sword, and a deep blue sword light flashed. The sword qi on the huge sword first hit the nascent soul's hand. See la la, the sword qi collided with the silver light on the huge hand, and sparks flew everywhere. The violent fluctuation covered the surrounding several dozen feet of space. This was just the beginning. Rumble, compared to any of the previous magic attacks, the roaring sound shook the entire space. Xiaohua's figure was jolted up and down by the whole air. His figure was simply unable to stand. Not to mention that the chaotic airwaves stirred up everything in the space, even the subversive fluctuation wiped out all of the magic power. At the same time Xiaohua's figure was tilted, the qi and blood in his body were surging. It was as if he was hit by a big hammer, rolling all over. Compared to the pure absorption of the blood sacrifice array just now, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. So much so that there was a faint tearing feeling in his meridians. This was the result of the nascent soul's hand extracting the true essence from his meridians. Xiaohua was in such a sorry state, but Jianghu also didn't feel good. Xiaohua's nascent soul's hand was comparable to a nascent soul's attack. That powerful confinement power collided with her sword. When the 5 fingers closed, the sword light on the huge sword was easily wiped away like iron shavings on a magnet. The sword heart that had yet to truly condense shook violently, and a part of the sword intent actually transformed into some tiny lotus flowers that floated inside the huge sword. It even flew out of the huge sword and transformed into bursts of sword qi. The sword qi became denser, but the huge sword also slightly shrunk. Jianghu was furious. The huge sword trembled again, and a deep blue sword light rolled up like a waterfall. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, it once again chopped towards the nascent soul's hand that still hadn't retracted. Too ferocious. Xiaohua's figure still hadn't stabilized. Seeing Jianghu attack again, he sighed in his heart. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 fire talismans were thrown out. Once again, he exerted himself to form a seal. The nascent soul's hand slowly flew back and wrapped around Xiaohua. Go! Xiaohua saw more than 10 fireballs explode, causing the huge sword to sway again. He hurriedly urged the nascent soul's hand, wanting to avoid the sword light that was about to chop down in front of him. But at this moment, ka. A few sounds like glass breaking resounded in the distance. This sound wasn't loud, but in Zhang Yuha's ears, it was almost like a thunderclap. Although she was fighting with Xiaohua, she still paid attention to this place. As long as there was a trace of movement here, she could clearly see it. Zhang Yuha almost didn't hesitate. With a turn of the sword light, the entire flying sword turned towards the two sword gourds, one green and one red. At this moment, the red sword gourd rapidly expanded and shrunk. The crimson sword light pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. The gourd, which had already mostly transformed into the jade system, revealed a ferocious expression. The six directions yang spirit, which was in the form of the jade system, kept trembling as if it was sick. Every time it trembled, a faint layer of bloody light would fall off the yang spirit. Not good. Zhang Yuha's figure came out of the huge sword. Her body rolled, and the two sword spirits were wrapped in sword light. At the same time, Zhang Yuha pointed her finger, and a deep blue sword light rushed into the glabella of the six directions yang spirit. This sword light was very useful. In an instant, the six directions yang spirit stopped trembling. Even the blood light condensed on the surface of the six directions yang spirit's body. However, the sword gourd's expansion was even faster. It was as if Yu Tong's stomach was constantly inflating and deflating. Zhang Yuha's gaze swept past Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua was hiding in the hand of the nascent soul and flying towards the edge of the Brahma gold array. It was as if he wanted to take advantage of the time when Zhang Yuha was taking care of the sword spirits to tear open the Brahma gold array's weakness. Zhang Yuha coldly snorted and no longer paid attention to Xiaohua. She patted her forehead, and a faint blue crystal thread slowly appeared. It was like a tentacle that pierced towards the glabella of the six directions sword spirit. The crystal thread touched the six directions sword spirit and immediately fused with it. However, the scarlet color instantly dyed the front part of the crystal thread red. It was even approaching the other end of the crystal thread. At the same time, she waved her hand again. The two balls of light, one green and one red, flew up and floated high above her head. At this moment, the two balls of light were the same as before. The two red and green crystal threads were connected, and countless sword runes were flowing freely inside them. It was as if there was another world inside. When the two balls of light landed above the yin-yang gourd, Zhang Yuha seemed to hesitate. She looked at Xiaohua, who had already escaped, and the red sword gourd. She clenched her teeth. After all, the great yin-yang sword spirit was her lifelong wish, and because she had refined it, she had stepped into the sword transformation realm. Now that there was a problem with the six directions yang sword spirit and the extreme yang sword gourd, she couldn't bear to give up. Since Xiaohua had already dodged in the face of danger, she could use some secret techniques. Speed was like a cultivator chanting a mantra. Zhang Yuha chanted a few words and her life sword flew out. With a puff, it stabbed into the crimson ball of light. The small sword gradually turned into a rainbow with 5 colors. As the 5 colors flickered, it gradually turned azure. When it was completely azure, it gradually became transparent and a thick crystal thread appeared. One end of the crystal thread stirred in the scarlet light and gradually turned red. The other end extended out and entered the azure ball of light. However, the crystal thread didn't enter. Instead, it passed through the ball of light and pulled out, landing on Zhang Yuha's glabella. Chapter 26:12. Hiss. A sound similar to cold water being poured into a pot of oil sounded. The crystal thread entered the space between Zhang Yuha's eyebrows, causing ripples to appear. Zhang Yuha's face revealed a rare expression of pain. Woo woo, the two balls of light began to revolve again. The woo woo sound was soft to loud, and the entire space was filled with extremely intense sword light. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown to the edge of the Buddhist gold great array. Seeing that Zhang Yuha didn't chase after him, he was delighted. He urged his nascent soul to grab at the silver brilliance. The silver brilliance was like a torn piece of white cloth, tearing a small crack. Xiao Hua's figure didn't hesitate. He put away the talisman and drilled into the crack, wanting to escape with his life. At this time, a loud roar came from Zhang Yuhe's location. It was so loud that it shook the surroundings, covering the sword cry of the ball of light. There really is someone else. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He thought of the previous situation where the silver tiger was about to turn into a rainbow. It must be the work of a fallen Gold Mountain disciple inside the Buddhist Gold Great Array. However, this disciple was really patient. He waited until now to make a move. However, when Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense, although he already had a certain idea, when he saw this person, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was because this person was none other than Yu Tong. Yu Qingtian, Xiao Hua, and even Zhang Yuhe believed that Yu Tong had already been refined into a 6 directions yang spirit. At this time, Yu Tong had appeared above the scarlet ball of light. A 200-foot-long silver tiger figure occupied the top of his head. The figure bared its fangs and brandished its claws in an extremely insolent manner. This tiger figure was different from an ordinary tiger. 2 fleshy wings extended from the sides of the silver tiger's ribs. They slowly danced, and a faintly discernible silver light slowly rippled along with these fleshy wings. Zhang Yuhe was even more surprised than Xiao Hua. Haven't you been refined into a sword spirit? If I were to be refined into a sword spirit, would you still be able to see me? Yu Tong laughed sinisterly. Zhang Yuhe's crystal thread was still connected to his glabella. However, the true tiger's celestial body spat out a silver brilliance from its mouth and firmly imprisoned the crystal thread. Yu Tong laughed sinisterly. Zhang Yuhe's crystal thread was still connected to his glabella. However, above his glabella, the true tiger's celestial body spat out a silver brilliance that firmly imprisoned the crystal thread. I didn't expect you to be so patient. Your great-grandfather was killed by me, and your great blood sacrifice formation was overturned by me. Yet, you still didn't take action. Until now. When she said this, Zhang Yuhe's expression changed slightly. Could it be? You actually comprehended the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit? More than that. Yu Tong looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. He stretched out his hand and slapped his forehead. The pressure was released and rose steadily until it reached the peak of the late gold core stage. Zhang Yuhe was stunned again. You didn't expect this, did you? I'm not a foundation establishment cultivator at all. Yu Tong was very appreciative of Zhang Yuhe's astonishment. But I still have to thank you. You've saved me hundreds of years of hard work and promoted me to the late stage of Jindan realm with only a few blood sacrifices. That's not right. Zhang Yuhe shook her head helplessly. When I saw you, you were definitely only a qi refinement cultivator. It was impossible for you to be in the foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, Yu Tong said proudly, that's right. I was a qi refinement level 10 cultivator at that time. However, so what? Can't I cultivate to the foundation establishment stage or the gold core stage? My Dao sect has countless secret techniques. How can a mere swordsman like you know about my aptitude? Zhang Yuhe's face was ashen. Her gaze fell on the crystal thread on Yu Tong's forehead and the silver light in the true tiger's celestial body's mouth. She said fiercely, Did you already have a plan? Or did you already have a plan with your great-grandfather and waited until now to make things difficult for me? When this sword refined you into a 6 directions yang spirit. That's right. Yu Tong admitted without hesitation. I already knew that you would have a backup plan after refining the 6 directions yang spirit. Therefore, I hid my cultivation long ago and took action when you let your guard down. However, I didn't expect that today would be so lively. An old friend that I haven't seen for decades actually appeared in the Buddhist Gold Great Array. Moreover, his cultivation is far beyond what I expected. Saying this, Yu Tong coldly swept his gaze over Xiao Hua in the distance. Damn it, so this guy is the one who wanted to take away the silver tiger. So this Yu Tong is the one with the heavenly aptitude that Fairy Hongxia mentioned. This guy, his scheming is too powerful. Xiao Hua instantly understood everything. Thinking of the silver tiger in the space, he secretly cursed in his heart. Go. Without hesitation, Xiaohua rushed into the gap in a flash, wanting to escape from the Buddhist gold great array as soon as possible. Seeing Xiaohua escape, Yutong didn't care at all. The true tiger's celestial body flapped its wings, and completely silver light flashed from them. Woo! It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields, and the surrounding space changed. The silver light was like lightning, sealing off the area within 1,000 feet. There wasn't even a trace of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. You can actually control the Buddhist gold great array? Zhang Yuhe moaned and asked. Do you think Yu Qing Tian is the sect master? Yutong sneered. After the 4th blood sacrifice, he already passed the position of sect master to you. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hide it from you, would you have called him great-grandfather? I can control the Buddhist gold great array without using the silver tiger. It's easier than using my own arms. As he spoke, a silver light appeared on Yutong's forehead. Within the silver light, there was a hint of crimson. The crimson light mixed with the silver light meandered along the azure crystal thread and flowed to the space between Zhang Yuhe's eyebrows. Even the crimson crystal thread that was mixed with the azure crystal thread gradually grew larger, wrapping tightly around the azure crystal thread. Zhang Yuhe sighed inwardly. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Everything Yutong did was her plan from the very beginning. It was her plan to refine Yutong, a foundation establishment cultivator, into a 6 directions yang spirit. Now it all fell on her. Buzz! Zhang Yuhe's body trembled. Her sword radiance flashed everywhere, as if she was about to make a final struggle. Roar! The true tiger's celestial body roared angrily. A wave of silver light shot out of its mouth and landed on Zhang Yuhe's forehead. In an instant, it penetrated her body, and Zhang Yuhe's sword radiance immediately dissipated. Zhang Yuhe, don't struggle anymore. Yutong's body flashed as the silver light shot down and landed in front of Zhang Yuhe. He reached out his hand and pressed his thumb on Zhang Yuhe's forehead. A small imprint appeared on her forehead. In order to condense the sword heart, you didn't have much sword chi in your body. After that, you fought with Feng Ying and your sword chi was depleted. In the end, you transformed into a sword and clashed with a nascent soul cultivator. Your sword heart has already been shaken. You're now a candle in the wind. What are you trying to do? Yutong landed in the distance and said coldly, that damned Feng Ying may be powerful, but she still doesn't know your background. If you fight for a while longer, what else can you do? Zhang Yuhe struggled with all her might. Her body seemed to be nailed to the ground in midair. She couldn't move at all. Moreover, her natal sword was controlled by Yutong. The sword chi around her didn't listen to her at all. She had the sword transformation realm, but she didn't have the means to transform into a sword. She was like a nascent soul cultivator who had lost his nascent soul. Don't struggle. Yutong pointed with his finger, and the crimson light on the crystal thread shone brightly. Through the crystal thread, a large amount of azure light fell. The azure light passed through Zhang Yuhe's corporeal body and landed on the few remaining 6 directions in spirits below her. The 6 directions in spirit seemed to have consumed an elixir when it obtained the azure light. Its sword chi shone brightly. Speed, Yutong's eyes flashed with a blood-red color, and the fragments of the blood-red crystal split into 2. One of them rushed into the 6 directions in spirit, and the sword light around the in spirit gradually turned blood-red from the root. Go! Yutong pointed his finger. The 6 directions in spirit flew up and pounced on Zhang Yuhe. He, refining the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit is your lifelong wish. Then you shall be the main soul of this 6 directions in spirit and live in this extreme in sword gourd forever. Yutong laughed sinisterly. If a swordsman who has stepped into the sword transformation realm becomes the main soul of the 6 directions in spirit, it will be very easy for this young master's great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit to kill the sword transformation realm. Seeing her consciousness gradually blurring, Zhang Yuhe knew that her sword spirit was gradually being devoured by the 6 directions sword spirit. These two sword spirits came from the same source. It was extremely easy to devour them. Her sword intent was firmly controlled by Yutong. The sword origin in her body was also imprisoned by the silver light. Zhang Yuhe could only be a fish on the chopping board. You want me to surrender without a fight? You're underestimating the warriors of my sword domain. A trace of contempt appeared on Zhang Yuhe's face. However, her eyes looked past Yutong to the silver light in the sky. She muttered, "Elder sister, where are you? It's all because I'm too greedy and too selfish. If I only wanted to avenge you and send a message to the sect, how would I end up in this state? I hope that elder sister can turn misfortune into fortune. The heavens bless my sword region." As she spoke, a small grayish-black sword suddenly appeared on Zhang Yuhe's forehead. There was no sword light or sword chi from the small sword. Furthermore, the small sword was faintly discernible. What is this? Yutong was stunned. He also had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Kill! Zhang Yuhe spat out a single word. The small sword flew out silently. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into Yutong's forehead. Yutong hurriedly activated the golden light protecting his body. Unfortunately, the golden light was unable to block the small sword. The small sword sank into his forehead. Yutong touched his unharmed forehead. He was extremely puzzled. However, immediately after, Yutong felt an incomparable pain in the depths of his soul. Soul sword? Yutong suddenly realized that this was the soul sword that he had occasionally heard Zhang Yuhe mention. A heart-wrenching scream came from Yutong's mouth. Instantly, Yutong tilted above the ball of light. The silver-white true tiger celestial body also quietly returned to his body. Chapter 26:13. However, his body was still standing straight. His eyes were tightly shut, and his pupils did not move at all. Clearly, Zhang Yuhe's soul sword had destroyed Yutong's soul in one hit. Looking at Zhang Yuhe's extremely pale face, coupled with the traces of green, she looked like ghostly. Moreover, her willpower had also collapsed, and her gaze was wandering. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in Qin Jian's memory. Although Zhang Yuhe did not perish together with Yutong, her soul was also heavily injured and was on the verge of collapse. Of course, the edge was the edge, and it was fundamentally different from the bottom of the cliff. If Zhang Yuhe could get a chance to recuperate, there might be a chance of recovery. However, Zhang Yuhe muttered, "Fortunately, although Yutong's soul was destroyed, it still exists. It's suitable to be the main soul of a Liuhe Yang spirit." As she spoke, she actually did not care about the injuries to her soul. She raised her trembling hand and took out an ancient soul talisman. She wanted to refine the Liuhe Yang spirit before Yutong's soul dissipated. It had to be said that Zhang Yuhe's obsession was indeed extraordinary. However, just as the soul talisman flew up, before Zhang Yuhe could recite the soul incantation, Yutong's tightly shut eyes suddenly moved and even opened abruptly. At this time, Yutong's eyes flashed with ecstasy, curiosity, and even a trace of coldness. Zhang Yuhe was obviously caught off guard, and her body trembled. Ha! Yutong looked at Zhang Yuhe, then looked around, and even looked at the place where Xiaohua disappeared. With a shake of his arm, the true tiger body rushed out of his body again. As its wings flapped, countless silver lights danced and shot towards the silver space. The place where Xiaohua disappeared was even more dazzling and fluctuating. Zhang Yuhe said the word "you" twice. When her sharp gaze met Yutong's eyes, it was as if she was stabbed by a sword. She did not dare to look at him and hurriedly dodged. The ecstasy on Yutong's face was not concealed at all. This old man has lingered in Yutong's soul for dozens of years, and finally found his opponent. Zhang Yuhe, your methods are not bad. For you. Zhang Yuhe was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you take over Yutong?" "Who am I? Why should I let you know? Although you are a dead man, how can this old man tell his secrets to others? Don't you know that there is no absolute secret in this world?" Yutong laughed sinisterly. This old man wants to possess Yutong, But do you think it's so easy to possess a descendant of the ancient race's true bloodline? In order not to be devoured by this little brat, this old man has racked my brains to guide him for the past few decades, allowing him to step all the way from the chi refining stage to the gold core stage. If it weren't for this old man, he would have already been refined into a sword spirit by you. But this little brat won't let me go. He wants me to help him reach the divine transformation realm. Jianghu, this old man should be thanking you. If it weren't for your soul sword shattering this little brat's soul, this old man wouldn't know how many years I would have been enslaved by him. Now that he's dead, his corporeal body is mine. I didn't really take over this little brat's corporeal body. Not to mention that all my previous efforts were left to me, even my cultivation in this life didn't touch the slightest bit of karma. This is something that this old man didn't even dream of. It's fine. Senior, please take pity on me. Zhang Yuhe was shocked when she heard Yu Tong's words. She hurriedly begged for mercy. This junior didn't know that Senior was in Yu Tong's body and has offended Senior. If Senior lets this junior go, this junior will definitely tell you all the secrets of my sword cultivation lineage. Your so-called sword cultivation lineage is just a branch of the divine transformation realm. It's nothing. You don't even understand what a real sword is. What is there for this old man to covet? Yu Tong looked Zhang Yuhe up and down and revealed a wretched expression. However, this body of yours is not bad. This old man hasn't tasted meat for tens of thousands of years. This old man will be satisfied. When Zhang Yuhe heard this, her face turned extremely pale. Unfortunately, Yu Tong's tone changed again. It's a pity that your soul is about to scatter. How much longer can this old man live? Isn't this great yin-yang six directions sword spirit from the same source as your sword spirit? This old man will refine your soul and Yu Tong's soul into this sword spirit at the same time. Won't your so-called great yin-yang six directions sword spirit reach perfection? This great yin-yang six directions sword spirit isn't anything powerful. However, when paired with this sword gourd that Fengyin gave me, this old man will be able to refine an ancient weapon of mass destruction if I have other opportunities in the future. What do you think this old man will choose? Even if my soul is scattered and I can't be reincarnated, I will definitely. Zhang Yuhe clenched her silver teeth as if she was about to make a decision. However, Yu Tong pointed his finger and a faint white light appeared from his fingertip and shot into Zhang Yuhe's glabella. That light entered her body and Zhang Yuhe seemed to have no ability to resist. As the light entered her body, Zhang Yuhe's body trembled rapidly. Then, her eyes lost their expression and she became extremely sluggish. Yu Tong grabbed the soul talisman and it fell into his hand. He looked around and put it into his storage bag with disdain. He sneered and said, "I didn't expect that there would be a descendant of the Grand Shaman on the Dawn Rain continent. You want to make such a simple soul-capturing technique into a talisman?" As he spoke, Yu Tong muttered something, and a faint green brilliance appeared in his hands. After a moment, Yu Tong waved his hand, and Yu Qingtian's corpse flew over from a distance. Yu Tong flicked his finger and a green light fell into Yu Qingtian's corpse. The two halves of the corpse merged together and flashed with a faint green light. In a moment, a tiger the size of a fist flew out of Yu Qingtian's glabella. This old man's luck is really good today. Yu Tong was overjoyed. Although Yu Qingtian's bloodline is not as pure as Yu Tong's, it can still be considered as an ancient true blood. It can be combined with Yu Tong's broken soul and become the main soul of the Liuhe Yang spirit. As he spoke, Yu Tong pointed his finger again. Yu Qingtian's corpse stood up strangely and flew to a place parallel to Yu Tong. Yu Tong grabbed his forehead and a phantom image of Yu Tong, which seemed to be pieced together, flew out from his forehead. Go. As Yu Tong waved his hand, a ball of green light fell into the phantom image of Yu Tong and landed on Yu Qingtian's forehead along with the phantom image. But I'm coming out. Yu Tong's tone seemed to be a little cheerful, which was really close to his identity as a young Yu Tong. I was originally the lord of the Yu family in Fallen Gold Mountain. In the future, I will still be the lord. This old man. No, I'm afraid that I will bring this ancient remnant clan to greater heights in the future. I don't know if that group of old things from the Archaeozoic era will thank me." As he spoke, Yu Tong's figure emerged from the ball of light, and in an instant, Yu Qingtian's body landed on it again. "Rise." Yu Tong waved his hand, and the yin-yang sword gourd flew up high with the mouth of the gourd facing downwards. The two sword spirits who had not yet been absorbed into the gourd sat cross-legged under the gourd. Yu Tong waved his hand again, and the two balls of light, together with Yu Qingtian's body and Zhang Yuha's body, disappeared under the sword spirits. Immediately afterward, Yu Tong cast a dozen strange incantations. The fragments of the broken blood-red crystal and a lot of blood mist condensed into two thumb-sized blood balls and disappeared into the glabella of the two sword spirits. After that, the balls of light turned into a long rainbow and rushed into the glabella of the two sword spirits from under the sword spirits. However, it was different from the one refined by Zhang Yuha. Yu Qingtian's ball landed on the glabella of the six directions yin spirit, while Zhang Yuha's ball landed on the glabella of the six directions yang spirit. Although the sacrificial refining method of this Zhang Yuha is good, if I want to refine that thing, I'm afraid it will take a lot of hard work. Let's leave the sword spirits like this for now. I'll kill Feng Ying of the Huanhua sect first. This little bastard seems to be more difficult to deal with than Yu Tong. What he uses seems to be similar to the legendary 5 elements wishful sky staff. A cultivator who can use such a weapon must have great divine power. I think this little bastard's physical body is better than Yu Tong's. Yu Tong looked at the sword spirits who were gradually becoming one with the sword gourd, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He looked at the place where Xiaohua had disappeared for a long time and said lightly, "In addition, this little bastard's hands are really fast." He actually took away the ancestral spiritual artifact of the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family. This spiritual artifact is the key. If I want to go there, I really have to start with this spiritual artifact. I don't know what will be in that place. Yu Tong muttered and hit the two sword spirits with the two pale green lights in his hands. Then he shook his shoulders, and the true tiger dharma body above Yu Tong's head flashed with silver light. The silver light pierced into the space that had shrunk greatly, as if it was splitting the world apart. Gradually, the space expanded under the push of the silver light and returned to its previous gigantic state. The scattered small squares were still below the great blood sacrifice array. Even though the 9 silver regions were in a mess, under the push of the silver light, they gradually became orderly again. Yu Tong's true tiger dharma body was actually more useful than the silver tiger's spiritual artifact in Yu Qingtian's hands. No wonder Yu Tong replaced Yu Qingtian as the sect master of the fallen Gold Mountains Jade Slip. These disciples will be my direct subordinates in the future. Yu Tong's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "I can't not." Speaking of this, Yu Tong suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in the sky. He said in surprise, "Oh, this Feng Ying. How can he have such great magical power? How can he know thunder magic? This thunder escape technique?" Then, Yu Tong did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand, and the true tiger dharma body opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of silver light into the sky. Yu Tong flew up and tore the sky with his hand. The sky split open, and Yu Tong flashed into it and disappeared in a moment. The Brahma Gold Formation, which was bustling with killing just a moment ago, was now quiet. Only the two great yin-yang 6 direction sword spirits, which had changed beyond recognition, were slowly being refined. Chapter 26:14. As for Xiaohua, when he saw that Yu Tong was actually the person with outstanding cultivation that Hong Xia Fairy had mentioned, and that Yu Tong had actually turned the tables at the last moment to seize the initiative, he secretly sighed in his heart at Yu Tong's deep concealment. He also thought of how Yu Tong had not made a move when Yu Qingtian was killed by Zhang Yuha. He had been hiding until he could have won the battle, and his heart became even colder. In his heart, he no longer wanted to be involved in the grievances between fallen Gold Mountain and Zhang Yuha. Besides, he already had the silver tiger in his hand, and Yu Qingtian's storage bag. Although Xiaohua did not carefully check the contents of the storage bag, as the Lord of Fallen Gold Mountain, if Yuqingtian's storage bag did not contain the jade slip of the gold escape technique, then who else would have it? Therefore, Xiaohua did not say anything and flashed out of the crack, wanting to escape. Who would have thought that as soon as he came out of the crack, he would see a cold night sky in front of him? This Brahma gold array was actually in mid-air, far from underground as he thought. An overwhelming ice rain poured down, but Xiaohua did not feel cold. The coldness of the weather was nothing compared to the coldness of the human heart that he perceived. Xiaohua's figure swayed, taking advantage of the hurricane to display the wind escape technique. However, just as his figure floated up, a silver light flashed in front of his eyes, and a small square with a faint silver light blocked his way, and it could even be said that it covered him out of thin air. This is bad. Xiaohua was shocked when he saw this. He knew that this must be Yu Tong's doing. This guy was now close to the gold core stage, and even had the real tiger Dharma body. Looking at the scene just now, Yu Tong could rely on this Dharma body to control the Brahma gold array. Since the situation inside the Brahma gold array could be controlled by him, the small square that blocked Xiaohua's way outside must also be his doing. Xiaohua had never seen such an outstanding disciple of an aristocratic family. Compared with Yu Tong, not to mention Yun Jiechong, Li Zongbao, and Hong Xiaoferi, even Xiaohua himself was inferior by a few points. I will definitely not fight with this guy in the Brahma gold array. Xiaohua knew the power of this Dharma body. He raised his hand and waved the wishful steel staff. His figure urged the wind to the extreme. That person borrowed the power of the staff and the wind of the staff. In an instant, the Dharma body's temporary change of the Buddhist golden array was defeated. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop. He caught the staff and fiercely rushed forward. However, he only flew 3 zhang before the second small square blocked his way. Xiaohua was helpless. He didn't know what was happening inside the Buddhist gold great array. But he knew in his heart that Zhang Yuhe was definitely doomed. Based on his current situation, he had already broken hundreds of small grids and flew for several kilometers. However, those annoying grids were still appearing endlessly, as if there was no end to them. Unfortunately, Xiaohua really didn't have any other particularly useful methods to break this small grid. Fight! Xiaohua almost encouraged himself. With a wave of his hand, he broke the small grid that had just appeared. Then, he flew another 3 zhang and waved the wishful steel staff again. Suddenly, he found that there were no more small grids appearing in front of him. Oh, is that Yu Tong's magical power exhausted, or was he killed by Zhang Yuhe? Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then he was immediately overjoyed. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly activated his magic power. Lightning flashed around his body, and his figure suddenly rushed out. The sound of rolling thunder could be heard endlessly. It is the flying phoenix that broke the cage, the flying dragon that broke free from the shackles. Xiaohua's figure flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the storm and was about to disappear into the night. Who knew that Xiaohua's joy was only for a moment? A bigger grid blocked his way. However, at this time, a wall of silver appeared. The silver light around him had not appeared yet. Up! Xiaohua's mind turned sharply, and he rushed toward the sky. At the same time, the wishful steel staff had to be raised again. There was no doubt at all. Xiaohua had not flown more than 3 zhang when the silver light flashed and the small grid appeared again. Damn it, it's endless. Xiaohua was furious, but he really didn't have a good way. He had to use the stupid method again. One small grid after another was broken. Of course, at this time, Xiaohua still thought he was clever and flew up and down, turning left and right, hoping to escape this disaster. However, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a voice that seemed to be sneering entered his ears, shattering his last hope. It was the young voice of Yu Tong. Martial nephew Feng, you are so leisurely. The wind and rain outside is heavy. How can it be more comfortable than inside the Buddhist gold great array? You and I are both disciples of the Huanhua sect. What can martial uncle do to you? It's better to go back with martial uncle. You and I can drink and talk about these decades of separation. Martial Uncle is very curious. Why didn't you come to the Sword Tomb that year? Where have you been for the past few decades? How can you suddenly appear at this time when Martial Uncle has forgotten about you? Martial Uncle has been thinking for a long time, but he still can't figure it out. I really want to know what happened. Little Yutong, an honest person doesn't do underhanded things. You are now a Jindan stage master. Why are you still holding on to the previous grievances? Today, I got lost and entered this place. Now, I'm not injured at all. Since you and I are both disciples of the Huanhua sect, I will not argue with Martial Uncle. At this time, I will leave the Sword Tomb. You and I will talk in the Huanhua sect in the future. Xiaohua did not stop. The wishful staff in his hand was different. In a moment, 3 small grids were destroyed. However, more and more small grids appeared again in succession. There was no end to them. Huh, you took my falling gold mountains things and want to leave? Yutong laughed. The silver true tiger Dharma body was even more ferocious in the night. You first give the silver tiger to Martial Uncle. As for Sect Master Yu's storage bag, there is no harm in giving it to you. Hee, although I am not injured, the shock is great. These things can be regarded as compensation for the falling gold mountain. How could Xiaohua give away these things? AI in that case. Martial Uncle has no choice but to keep you. Yutong's tone was incomparably regretful. Anyway, you are still within the range of the Buddhist gold grade array. You can go down with Martial Uncle. Saying that, Yutong pointed his finger, and a huge silver cage appeared out of thin air, covering nearly 100 feet of space around Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua had just broken a grid. His divine sense swept out and he sighed in his heart. He knew that today he would not be able to easily escape from the Buddhist gold grade array. He had already used his Yuanying hand once. At best, he could use it again half a time. Besides, even if he wanted to use it again, he was afraid that he would have to wait for more than 10 days. Although his spiritual fire was strange, it did not seem to belong to the 5 elements. Moreover, the true essence consumed was too much. As for the other things, he did not know if they would be useful to the Buddhist gold grade array. Therefore, he waved his hand and lifted the wishful steel staff. It was just as he was about to fly in front of Yutong, but at this time, a silver light appeared near Xiaohua, separating him from Yutong. Peng, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff did not hesitate to hit the silver light, but after the silver light flashed, a kind of dignified feeling came out from the silver light. Moreover, the space of about 100 feet slowly pressed down, as if to completely imprison Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not dare to hit the silver light again with the wishful steel staff. He quickly took out the water bottle, and a piece of azure blue was born. Innate primordial water completely surrounded Xiaohua. Is this thing useful? Yutong sneered. Within 100 feet of the innate primordial water, the silver light pressed down and forced the innate primordial water to flow backward. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind turned quickly. He thought of the spiritual talisman in the hands of the nascent soul, and then thought of the fire talisman and spiritual fire. It seemed that they could not break the Buddhist gold grade array. That's right, the gold escape. Xiaohua was quick-witted and thought of the weakness of the Buddhist gold grade array. If I knew the gold escape, this Buddhist gold grade array would not be able to block it, right? Yu Qingtian's storage bag must have the jade slip of this secret technique. However, I also need time to comprehend it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and took out dozens of rabbit spiritual talismans. He did not hesitate to urge his spiritual power and put these spiritual talismans into the innate primordial water. This is the heavenly star's great array? Yutong's eyes widened as he watched the rabbit spirit talisman fly into the void and block the pressure of the Brahma gold formation. How do you know this kind of formation? He exclaimed in an almost unimaginable way. How do you know this kind of formation? The heavenly star's great array? Xiaohua's mouth twitched and he snorted coldly in his heart. It's just a rabbit array. However, Xiaohua knew that he and Yutong would not rest until one of them was dead. Why would he pay attention to him? He made a grabbing motion with his hand and several rays of light flashed. His figure disappeared. Moreover, the innate primordial water roared again and surrounded the so-called heavenly star's great array so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Although Yu Tong was powerful, he did not dare to send his spiritual sense into the innate primordial water. This Feng Ying, where did he come from? Could it be that he also has a strand of soul in his purple palace? He also has. Yu Tong looked at the azure innate primordial water and did not dare to look directly at it. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself, this heavenly star's great array is not complete, but it is more complete than a complete great array. Could it be that this is the true heavenly star's great array? If that's really the case, then I'm afraid that the strand of soul in his purple palace has an even greater origin than me. Could it be that when I sent this guy to the Sword Tomb that day, he had this opportunity? That's why he didn't enter the Sword Tomb and escape the last blood sacrifice? Damn it, when did this Dawn Rain continent become so popular? At this time, what should I do? Yu Tong pondered for a moment and his eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Who cares who you are? In this guy's purple palace, who cares who took over your body? Wait until I refine the two sword gourds. No matter who you are, you will fall under the yin-yang sword gourds. Chapter 26:15. As he spoke, the Real tiger above the jade board flapped its wings again. A thick layer of silver light flashed on the surface of the azure primordial water, and it moved slowly again. However, it stopped after a short movement. No matter how the real tiger flapped its wings, the silver light remained motionless. I can't move it, but you can't do anything about it? Yu Tong snorted coldly and pointed his finger. Streaks of silver light surrounded the innate pure water. Then, more streaks of silver light appeared in the air, surrounding an area of more than 10 miles. Within these streaks of silver light, there were countless corridors and small cubicles. It was like a huge silver maze. Rise! Following Yu Tong's shout, his tiger opened its mouth, and a streak of silver light shot into the air. In the icy rain, countless flying swords and sword intent flew over and covered the silver light. Hide! Yu Tong grabbed with his hand, and countless streaks of silver light flashed between his fingers. Like flying swords, they pierced into the silver light within a dozen miles. These streaks of silver light flashed rapidly in the night sky, and gradually disappeared. When I finish refining my sword gourd, it will be time for you to die. Yu Tong also disappeared with the silver light, leaving only this vicious sentence in the wind and rain. The direction Xiao Hua had fled to was different from the direction the sword cultivators had fled to. The sword cultivators, led by Lu Ruochang, were shocked and resentful when they saw the sword intent in the direction of the Buddhist gold formation. On one hand, they were shocked that a sword cultivator had suddenly appeared here. On the other hand, they had pretended to be defeated in order to lure a group of cultivators into the sword formation they had set up and kill them in one fell swoop. However, now that the sword transformation senior had appeared, if he did not flee in the direction of the sword transformation sword will, he would definitely expose himself and the Dao sect cultivators would be able to detect his intentions. However, what if he fled in the direction of the sword transformation sword will? It would be different from the direction of the sword formation they had set up. After LV Ruochang and the rest had a brief discussion, they had no choice but to change their direction and fly towards the Brahma Gold Great Array. After all, it was unreasonable for them to not seek help from such a strong support. For the sake of the sword formation that they had been preparing for several years, and for the sake of killing the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators in one fell swoop, they could only continue to act. Marshal Uncle Lu, we will enter the sword catacomb in a few miles. A fifth-grade female swordsman flew beside Lu Ruochang and said in a low voice. LV Ruochang's pretty eyes swept across the front before turning back to look. She helplessly waved her hand and instructed, "Continue forward." This disciple understands. The swordsman nodded and urged the sword light under his feet to fly to the front to send a message. LV Ruochang hesitated for a moment, And the sword light under his feet also swayed, flying obliquely to the right. On the right side of the Black Phoenix Sword sect were the disciples of the Xian Sword sect. Those disciples did not know what was going on and thought that they were really retreating in defeat. They seemed to be in a hurry and even had fear on their faces. Seeing LV Ruochang flying over, they barely maintained their formation and nodded their heads in salute. Seeing this, LV Ruochang was very proud. She knew that her arrangements were not leaked by those illusory swordsmen. Even if the Dao sect cultivators could capture some of the swordsmen who had drawn their swords and nurtured their swords, it was impossible for them to know about her extremely strict plan. Of course, at the same time, she felt somewhat apologetic in her heart, but she could not show it. She could only show a trace of warmth in her eyes and even forced a smile on the corner of her mouth to comfort the swordsmen who should not be in a panic. The leader of the Huan Sword sect was Chu Jianchong, the red-faced swordsman. At this time, Chu Jianchong's expression was extremely strange. His brows were tightly knitted and his face was puzzled. Although the flying sword under his feet flashed with a red brilliance, the sword light was somewhat swaying, just like his expression, flickering. Seeing that LV Ruochang had flown away, Chu Jianchong hurriedly urged his flying sword forward and cupped his hands. "Sword friend LV, I wonder if sword friend has any advice for coming over?" Nothing else. LV Ruochang waved her hand and said, "This sword just felt that the previous discussion was a little rushed, and wanted to ask if sword friend Chu had any other ideas in mind." "Not at all." Chu Jianchong hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Sword friend LV's strategizing is rare among the warriors of our sword domain. Since the Sword Dao War, our sword domain has been advancing step by step under sword friend's leadership. We have taken advantage of them by surprise. The matter of the sword tomb's formation is the finishing touch. If it was Chu who did it, he would not be able to think of it even if he cracked his head. It can be said that this war is under sword friend's control. Our sword domain's victory is only a matter of time." "Sigh, how can it be as simple as sword friend Chu said?" LV Ruochang smiled bitterly again. "Even if this sword is good at strategizing, without the bravery of sword friends and the hot blood of the warriors of our sword domain, how could our sword domain win? Moreover, there are many capable people among the Dao sect cultivators. Think about that ambitious and ruthless Tu Hong. If he could live until now, he might not be unable to see through this sword's plot. No matter how powerful Tu Hong is, wasn't he still killed by sword friend Qin Jian? Sword friend Qin is wrong. Tu Hong was not killed by Qin Jian. This is what Qin Jian told me personally." LV Ruochang sneered. "Which swordsman did this? Assassinating Qin Jian is a great contribution to our sword domain." Chu Jianchong was stunned. "Who knows?" LV Ruochang shrugged. "This contribution has not been acknowledged by any sword friend until now. Or perhaps, it is an internal conflict among the cultivators?" Speaking of Qin Jian, sword friend Qin's intelligence is not below mine, and even surpasses mine. If not for Senior Huajian's orders, he would be more suitable to command this war than me. "Not necessarily." Chu Jianchong smiled. "Sword friend LV is plotting from the back, while sword friend Qin is charging from the front. This is an excellent combination." "Yes," LV Rung sighed, his gaze was faint. "This sword thinks so too. Only those who are brave and resourceful can be powerful. With the cooperation of these two people, it is a blessing for our sword domain. Unfortunately, sword friend Qin was killed by the terrifying phoenix in the Battle of Flowing Ice Valley. This is really beyond my expectations." At the mention of Xiaohua, Chu Jianchong's eyes narrowed, and an inexplicable expression appeared on his face. He whispered, "This terrifying phoenix is really mysterious. Some say it is a foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect, some say it is a late gold core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect, and some even say it is a nascent soul cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. Until now, sword friend LV, you still don't know who this terrifying phoenix is?" LV Ruochang's expression also turned cold, and he shook his head. Previously, this sword has almost confirmed that this terrifying phoenix is a foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect named Xiaohua. After all, he made his debut at Chicken Crow Mountain, and many sword-pregnant and drawing swords disciples saw him, so he is not mysterious. But later, this terrifying phoenix became more and more powerful, and was abnormally mysterious. Any illusory swordsman who encountered this terrifying phoenix would have their wings broken. Other than Yumming Lunatic, there were no other survivors. How could this be done by a foundation establishment cultivator? Moreover, our sword domain has put out a bounty for a long time, and there has never been a disciple who can kill this terrifying phoenix. This sword almost suspects that this terrifying phoenix should not be one person, but many people. It could be the combination of Extreme Happiness Sect's Li Zongbao, Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua, and Xuanyan School's Xiaomao. It could also be the secret hand of several gold core cultivators in the conference hall. That's right. Chu Jianchong slapped his forehead and came to a realization. I'm afraid so. There are also powerful people among the cultivators. Alas, thinking about this incomparably powerful terrifying phoenix, even if this sword faced it, this sword would not dare to say that it could win. Not to mention those gold core cultivators in the conference hall. Lu Ruochang said again, that Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo actually left a way out and self-destructed in front of this sword, injuring this sword. If this sword did not take advantage of the situation to escape, I would have really stayed in the Mo Qing cave. Hehe, isn't this falling into LV Jinyo's plan? Chu Jianchong comforted, no matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it can't compare to Sword Friend's schemes. Just look at it now, this whole way of retreating, if not for Chu knowing in his heart and knowing Sword Friend's plan in advance, how could he believe that this is the prelude to our sword domain's great victory? Hearing Chu Jianchong's words and sincere consolation, Lu Ruchang smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Sword Friend Chu thinks too highly of this sword. What do you mean by that? Chu Jianchong was puzzled. Could it be that these are not Sword Friend's thoughts? This is naturally what this sword thinks and plans. The corners of Lu Ruochang's mouth curled up into a smile, but there was a lot of bitterness. But it is definitely not everything that this sword has planned. Let's not talk about the sword intent that transformed into a sword just now. Lu Ruochang looked to his left and said in a low voice, even if the defeat of my sword cultivators this time is indeed my sword's plan, but if I were to really implement it, it would be extremely difficult to not arouse the suspicion of the Dao sect cultivators. Yes, that's right. Chu Jianchong also felt the same way. These Dao sect cultivators were actually suppressed by us. If we were to suddenly let them turn defeat into victory, even I would not be that stupid. That's right. So, this sword had no choice but to sacrifice the lives of some of the sword region's warriors. Lu Ruchang sighed. This is the only way to create an illusion for the Dao sect cultivators, to make them think that they have won. Chu Jianchong immediately understood the purpose of Lu Ruochang's visit, and hurriedly smiled apologetically. There is no need for LV Jinyu to say anything more about this matter. Our sword hearts are facing the sun and moon, and everything we do is for the sword region. If we can use the lives of tens of thousands of swordsmen to exchange for the lives of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I am willing to do so. The corner of Lu Ruochang's mouth revealed a smile as he cupped his hands and said, I am truly happy that Sword Friend Chu has such a sense of righteousness. Sigh, actually, half of this final defeat was intentional on the part of the warriors of my sword region, and the other half was due to the bravery of the Dao sect cultivators. Yes, Chu Jianchong also nodded slightly. The Dao sect cultivators treated this as their last stop and threw in most of their disciples. That madness was definitely not something that could be compared to before. Even if we were to really lose, it would be normal. Chapter 26:16. Speaking of this, Chu Jianchong hesitated for a moment and whispered, Actually, Chu is a little confused. There are more disciples in the sword realm. But halfway through his words, Chu Jianchong stopped and looked at LV Ruochang tentatively. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. LV Ruochang's eyes lit up as he transmitted a few words to Chu Jianchong. How could this be? Chu Jianchong's face revealed an extremely admiring and astonished expression. He said, Chu is really speechless. Chu can only prostrate himself in admiration. This is a secret that Senior Huashan taught me. I haven't mentioned it to any sword friends. Sword friend Chu, you have to keep it a secret. Yes. Chu Jianchong was extremely panicked and nodded quickly. Chu will never say a word to others. That's good. LV Ruochang said lightly, after this battle, everything will be clear. At that time, the practitioners of the Taoism sect will even have the thought of crying. But Chu Jianchong was about to speak, but LV Ruochang changed the topic again. The sudden appearance of the sword essence of the sword realm puzzles me again. Could it be that someone transformed into a sword in the sword realm? Or a senior Huashan from another sect? Alas, in short, the direction of escape has changed. If we change it again, it will be a little difficult. Looking at LV Ruochang's slightly frowning eyebrows and thinking of LV Ruochang's frankness just now, Chu Jianchong's hesitation just now had already flown out of the sky. Chu Jianchong cautiously looked around. A group of drawing swordsmen and 2 junior brothers of the illusory sword sect were not too close to them. Chu Jianchong transmitted a message to LV Ruochang. Sword friend LV, in fact, there is something that Chu still has to report to you. What's the matter? LV Ruochang's face had returned to indifference. It was hard to tell whether he was curious or confident. That the sword essence in the sword tomb just now. Chu Jianchong said as he licked his slightly dry lips and said, Chu felt that this sword essence seemed to contain the sword technique of my Huanjian sect. Is that so? Lu Ruochang asked curiously, which sword transformation senior from your sword sect has come to the sword tomb? Chu Jianchong said almost without hesitation, this is where Chu's doubts lie. This sword intent doesn't belong to the sword transformation masters of my radiant sword sect. But the sword art in this sword intent has traces of my Huanjian sect. Is it a senior brother of your sword sect who transformed into a sword here? LV Ruochang probed. Absolutely not. Chu Jianchong shook his head decisively. There are many residual sword essences in the sword tomb, and the sword qi is full of death qi. If one transforms into a sword in the sword tomb and condenses the sword heart, he will only end up with qi deviation and the death of the sword heart. This is public knowledge in the sword realm, and my radiant sword sect is no exception. No one will condense the sword heart here. Moreover, according to Chu Jianchong's knowledge, the senior brothers in my sect who are at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword have not reached the peak of the illusory sword. There is still a long way to go before they can transform into a sword. I see. LV Ruochang looked into the distance again and asked curiously, then what's going on? Maybe, only when we get there will we know. Chu Jianchong smiled bitterly. Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. Sword friend Chu, the sword tomb is extremely dangerous. You have to take good care of our disciples. Listen to my orders. LV Ruochang cupped his hands and said, Yes, Chu Jianchong understands. Chu Jianchong hurriedly returned the salute and watched LV Ruochang leave. Well, just as I felt, the sword essence of the transforming sword should be related to the Shenzhen sect. LV Ruochang, who was leaving, thought to himself, it's a pity that Chu Jianchong doesn't know who the transforming sword is. He doesn't even admit that he is a swordsman of the Shenzhen sect. That's strange. Maybe only when we get there can we know the truth. LV Ruochang sighed. At this time, there was a slight sword essence of the transforming sword coming from the Buddhist gold array. Alas, we can only go forward. LV Ruochang urged the flying sword to fly forward and whispered, I just don't know. How to change the direction? Well, when we enter the sword tomb, the sword essence of the transforming sword will weaken a little. Then I will lead these stupid cultivators to the array. With the previous deceptive move, those cultivators may not be able to find anything. At the edge of the sword tomb, the purple jasmine flowers had gradually become sparse. In the eyes of the fleeing cultivators, there was no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. After all, fresh lives were much more precious than this beautiful scenery. The group of explorers saw the brownish-red vegetation all over the ground and did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly stopped, clapped their hands, and took out a few small sword talismans. They urged the sword essence, and the sword talismans turned into several small swords and rushed out. It was the location of the large group of people. In fact, when these small swords were just sent out, several first-grade illusory swordsmen flew from a distance. These swordsmen caught the sword talismans and quickly flew to the purple jasmine flowers in the sword tomb. Liao Jianghu, when we passed through the sword tomb, it was early in the morning. The purple jasmine flowers were dripping with dew like crystals. We were still talking about the world and would not retreat from this battle. We were only waiting for Senior Transforming Sword to go south and sweep away the arrogance of the three kingdoms. A slightly lonely middle-aged swordsman glanced at the somewhat defeated purple jasmine flowers and sighed. He said to a swordsman who was about 10 feet away, "Who would have thought that several years would pass like a day and night? You and I reunited here. Not to mention the passion of that day, even our lives were in danger." Liao Jianghu was also a bit pessimistic. He looked around and sorrowfully said, "You and I can still meet here. Many of the sword friends who died in the cultivation world couldn't even find their corpses. Even my Void Heaven Sword School's martial uncle Qin Jian was beheaded by the terrifying Phoenix and brought back to the Sky Patrol City to be rewarded. I don't think I'm a match for the terrifying Phoenix, or else I would have killed my way to the Sky Patrol City and taken its head." Cough, cough. Another white-haired old swordsman coughed a few times and said, "What the two junior martial brothers said is very true, but it's not enough. Since we have already fallen to this point, we should quickly find a safe passage to enter and exit the sword tomb. Since there's Senior Huajian's sword intent in front of us, we've sought his protection. Even if he can't casually attack the Dao sect cultivators, in front of him, the Dao sect cultivators can't possibly." "Can't what?" Another white-haired old swordsman said disapprovingly, "Senior Martial Brother Zhao is always so lucky. If it wasn't for Senior Martial Brother Zhao's so-called luck, we wouldn't have been defeated like this in the Gale snowfield." Did I say anything wrong? The swordsman surnamed Zhao was a bit angry. "Why did you change directions instead of seeking Senior Transforming Sword's protection?" The white-haired old swordsman seemed to be dissatisfied with the swordsman surnamed Zhao and coldly mocked. "Do you think only sword cultivators like us can sense Senior Transforming sword intent? Then why can't the Dao sect cultivators sense it? Look, even if we changed directions and flew directly to the location of the sword intent, those cultivators, did they hesitate in the slightest? The senior martial uncles who control the left and right have a sense of propriety." The old swordsman surnamed Zhao was a bit tongue-tied and argued, "If not, why would we change directions?" Following them was a dark-skinned swordsman. He was tall and burly, but when he heard their argument, a trace of mockery even appeared on his face. When the old swordsman Zhao retorted and the other old swordsman was about to retort, he coldly scolded, "The battle has come to this point, what's the use of all your arguments and arguments? Look at the nearby drawing sword disciples. They didn't summon us here to listen to your arguments. Besides, after we find the passage, the other senior martial brothers will find it as well. Don't delay the safe retreat of hundreds of thousands of our sword region warriors." The two swordsmen were slightly angry and were about to join forces against a common enemy, but when they saw that the nearby disciples who had sent messages were all hiding far away, they felt anxious and helpless. "Forget it." The old swordsman surnamed Zhao clapped his hands and took out a sparkling, jade-like small sword. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of sword essence on it. The small sword suddenly bounced up and spun violently in midair, gradually turning into the shape of a pale white spirit snake. "Go!" The old swordsman hurriedly formed a sword seal, and several rays of sword light hit the spirit snake. The The sword light around the spirit snake's body flourished and flew into the surrounding air. Immediately, the spirit snake's head rotated in midair for a while, like a small wheel of wind and fire. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit snake's head stopped. It was at a place in the sword catacomb. Whoosh, the spirit snake once again turned into a sword. It was still that sparkling, small sword, and it quickly rushed into the sword catacomb. Disciples, this is a safe passage. You may follow me in. The old swordsman surnamed Zhao waved his hand and flew into the passage. A few disciples who were closer to the passage showed joy on their faces. After each of them marked the place, they also followed in. At the same time, the 4 swordsmen, including the swordsman surnamed Liao, each took out a small sword of different styles. Although the way they activated their sword essence was different, they all found 4 different safe passages within 100 feet of each other. The directions were more or less the same as the old swordsman surnamed Zhao. Let's go, the 4 swordsmen called out to the nearby disciples, as well as the disciples who were gradually coming to receive them, and rushed into the sword catacomb. Immediately, within a few miles, many illusory swordsmen rushed over and took out their small swords to find the way. Under the arrangements of the disciples who were scouting the way, the swordsmen flew into the sword catacomb in an orderly manner. If the Golden Core adepts in the Dao Sect's conference hall saw the swordsmen retreating in such an orderly manner, they would probably be suspicious. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived here, the swordsmen had already entered the sword catacomb, leaving only the faint flickering of sword light in front of them, as well as the occasional screams and sounds of triggering arrays or sword arrays. Similar to the swordsman's cautiousness, the various sects' cultivators who had chased to the edge of the sword catacomb also stopped slightly. Each sect occupied an area of about 1,000 feet. These dozens of sects almost blocked the area of about 10 miles around the sword catacomb, giving off a feeling of airtight security. Chapter 26:17. Disciples of all sects. Lu Xinwu, a Golden Core cultivator from the Jianghu sect, flew in front of the crowd of Golden Core cultivators. Seeing that the cultivators within a few miles were getting restless, he shouted, "Guard the formation. Disciples of all sects, gather the disciples of your own sect. Once the Jianghu sect gives the order, you can chase into the sword catacomb. This is the last battle of our Taoist sect's counterattack. We must be cautious and take every possibility into account." As soon as Lu Xinwu's voice fell, a Golden Core cultivator from the Jianghu sect immediately stepped out from the crowd. Holding Grandmaster Shanghua's sect token, he began to gather the disciples. The chaos caused by the pursuit gradually became orderly. Seeing this, the disciples of the other sects all had Golden Core cultivators fly out to restrain the disciples. "Fellow cultivator Lu, you've worked hard." As they spoke, many Golden Core cultivators from the Jianghu sect flew out from behind. These cultivators originally led the disciples of the various sects, but now they were all gathered together. Heng Heng from the Utopia sect flew in front again and spoke with a smile. "It's not hard at all. It's just a small matter. Now, all the disciples of our sects have to work together to hunt down the sword cultivators. If we can kill them in the sword catacomb, it'll be a great achievement for our sects." Lu Xinwu smiled and looked at Li Zongbao, who was standing beside Heng Heng and holding the immortal piercing whip. He laughed and said, "I'm looking forward to being like martial nephew Zongbao and receiving a special pardon from the sect as a memento of this battle." "Ha, fellow cultivator Lu, you must be joking." Heng Heng couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "You and I are the pillars of our respective sections. After this battle, we'll all be meritorious and have gained the attention of our sect masters. It's only a matter of time before we reach the nascent soul stage. Why do we need a special pardon? I'm just envious of your disciples." Lu Xinwu pointed with his hand and said, "If my disciples can have half of martial nephew Zongbao's intelligence, I'll be satisfied." Li Zongbao's eyes were originally closed, as if he was comprehending the mantra and refining his Zhen Yuan. Now that he heard Lu Xinwu talking about him, he had no choice but to open his eyes. He bowed and said, "Martial Uncle Lu praises me too much. I dare not accept such praise." "Ha, I'm not exaggerating. If I had such a good disciple." Lu Xinwu sighed as he spoke. His eyes were filled with envy. That's right. Killing Qin Jian was the most outstanding individual achievement in the Great War of Taoist cultivators. Although Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan faction, and Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder faction would share the achievement, Li Zongbao, as the leader of the three, would naturally get more achievements. It could be said that Li Zongbao was the most outstanding person in this war. Not only did this merit belong to him, it also had a great effect on Heng Heng. The Battle of the Sword Catacomb was the most crucial battle in the Great War of Taoist cultivators. All the sects sent out their elites. Even the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had to come out of the Sky Patrol City and join in the battle. The previous encirclement and suppression was still manageable, as each sect had their own Golden Core elders to command. However, in the Sword Catacomb, there could only be one person to command. The command of each sect had to be concentrated in the hands of this person. All the Golden Core cultivators on duty in the conference hall knew that the Sword Catacomb was a big bag. Once hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators entered, there was absolutely no chance of survival. This was a great achievement that could be easily obtained. As for the cultivator who could command the battle at the end, his name would definitely resound throughout the three kingdoms of Taoist cultivators. He would even leave a strong mark in the ancient books of each sect. As a result, before they arrived at the Sword Catacomb, the Golden Core cultivators on duty at the meeting hall fought for the right to command. In the end, the honor fell to Heng Heng, who was not surprised at all. Not only was the ambush in the Sword Catacomb agreed upon by Heng Heng and Xiong Huasong, but other than Xiong Huasong, only Heng Heng knew the details of the Sword Catacomb. There was also another detail about Li Zongbao that the other cultivators had to consider. Another purpose of the Great War of Taoist cultivators was to nurture and discover the next generation of disciples with outstanding leadership skills. Although Li Zongbao had yet to display his ability to strategize, he had killed Qin Jian, who was thousands of miles away from the battlefield. This could not be ignored by the Golden Core cultivators. In fact, there was another crucial problem. In this battle, the Golden Core cultivators themselves felt that there was nothing outstanding about them. Even the final arrangement was set up by Tu Hong, who was assassinated by Qin Jian. If they did not take the initiative to do something while ambushing the sword cultivators, they would not be able to answer to the nascent soul cultivators. Hence, Li Zongbao, who was known as the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core cultivators, was chosen by them. Moreover, Heng Heng had a legitimate reason to bring Li Zongbao along with him and guide him on the details of the battle. This was what Lu Xinwu and all the other Golden Core cultivators were envious of. After all, the final credit was at their fingertips. Of course, Gao Wei of the Xuanyan school was even more unwilling than Lu Xinwu. Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school was also one of the meritorious services for killing Li Zongbao. It was precisely because he was not as famous as Li Zongbao that he did not receive the support of other Golden Core realm cultivators. Therefore, when they set off from the Sky Patrol City, Gao Wei had personally brought Xiao Mao with him. At this moment, Gao Wei and the others also flew out from their respective sects' disciples and gathered towards Heng Zhao's location. A smile flashed on the corners of Heng Zhu's mouth when he saw this, and he pointed at Xiao Mao and said, Zongbao was only lucky enough to be the leader of these three people. Not to mention Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect, even Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school isn't inferior to Zongbao. Ha! Compared to martial nephew Zongbao, Xiao Mao is still lacking greatly. Lu Xinwu shook his head slightly, but Heng Heng did not continue the conversation. He knew in his heart that when Li Zongbao was fighting on the battlefield, he did not observe carefully. However, when the final attack began, Li Zongbao's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, which was beyond his expectations. All the cultivators who fought with Li Zongbao died under his whip. Even when the sword cultivators heard Li Zongbao's name, They did not dare to go forward and fight with him. Basically, they fled when they heard the name. This showed how famous Li Zongbao was among the sword cultivators. Heng Heng almost recognized that Li Zongbao was the terrifying phoenix that the sword cultivators offered a bounty on. Of course, Heng Heng also knew that the terrifying phoenix belonged to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but Li Zongbao was definitely not. After all, Li Zongbao did not have the phoenix celestial body. Perhaps that Xiao Hua is the terrifying phoenix? Heng Heng looked at Xiao Mao, who was flying over from afar, and such a thought suddenly emerged in his heart. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and asked, "That's right, Zongbao. Is there any news about Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. He didn't know why Heng Zhao had suddenly asked this question. Shaking his head, he honestly replied, "Disciples' contact with Xiao Hua was through the special pardon seal of the discussion hall. Disciple had already carefully checked before and after the battle, but there was no trace of him. Perhaps he wasn't in the battle, nor near the sword mound." Heng Heng turned his head and said to Lu Xinwu, "Actually, this Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not much worse than Zongbao. Even if his cultivation is inferior, but he has to painstakingly send messages to the various sections. In the process, he has to inevitably fight with the sword cultivators. It is really difficult for him. Oh, maybe he still does not know the news of Qianmo's death. Zongbao, if you meet Xiao Hua in the future, you must take good care of him." Hearing that Heng Heng wanted him to take care of Xiao Hua, a strange expression flashed across Li Zongbao's face. He bowed and said, "Yes, disciple understands." However, Heng Lu didn't care about Li Zongbao's expression. He turned to Lu Xinwu and said, "Speaking of Taoist Qianmo, this old man is somewhat surprised. He clearly had a way out, but why? Did he choose the path of death? According to what he said, everything he did was for the sake of justice. Why was he afraid to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect? What do you think, fellow Lu? Whether it is right or wrong, who knows?" Lu Xinwu was obviously unwilling to talk about Qianmo's death had completely overturned his sanctimonious image in the eyes of the Golden Core Stage cultivators. He had even become a model of loyalty. Although Lu Xinwu secretly despised Qianmo's hypocrisy, he could not say anything. He could only secretly mutter, "He died once and for all, erasing all the jokes." At least he knew how to be tactful. Hearing this, Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, "Master, my extreme happiness sect's special pardon order has already been delivered. What about the special pardon order from the Imperial Thunder Sect?" "Naturally, it has also been delivered." Heng Heng glanced at Li Zongbao and said with a strange expression, "However, because of your martial uncle Qianmo's death, the Imperial Thunder Sect did not send any disciples to the conference hall. This special pardon order was temporarily handed over to the conference hall for safekeeping. It is with me." "Why are you asking this?" "Hehe, if it is in Master's hands, can you give it to Disciple?" Li Zongbao smiled. "When Disciple sees Xiao Hua, I will give him a surprise." "Surprise?" Heng Heng frowned and patted his storage bag. He took out a dark and simple token and handed it over. He said, "This item has Xiao Hua's name and image. Others have no use for it. Naturally, I can give it to you." However, as he spoke, Heng Heng's hand paused for a moment. He reminded Xiao Hua, "Your heart technique needs to pay attention to your emotions. You should not have such thoughts of giving Xiao Hua a surprise. Seems, Zongbao, you have to work harder." Li Zongbao's heart trembled. He whispered, "Disciple knows his mistake. It is better for Master to give this item to Xiao Hua. And you don't have to do this." Heng Heng nodded and handed the special pardon order to Li Zongbao. "You just have to know it in your heart. Xiao Hua was recruited by you from the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has also contributed greatly to you. You must be clear about this. This item will be more useful if you give it to him." Chapter 26:18. Yes, Disciple understands. Li Zongbao took the special pardon order and placed it into his storage bag. Zongbao, your cultivation has improved greatly and you are not too far away from condensing your core. You have to be prepared. Who knows, you might be able to take this step at any time. Heng Li exhorted again. Li Zongbao was even more calm as he said indifferently, yes, disciple understands. Disciple has already made all the preparations. I have also prepared several Qianli pills. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Hearing that Li Zongbao was actually going to condense his core, Lu Xinwu felt a thorn in his heart. Seeing many golden core cultivators flying over from the conference hall, he no longer listened to their conversation and rushed over to greet them. Heng Li was pleased with himself. Looking at Lu Xinwu's back, he transmitted his voice to Li Zongbao. On this Dawn Rain continent, as a cultivator, the relationship with other cultivators is crucial. Unless it is a critical moment, there is no need to incur others' hatred. I've told you a lot about these things and you've done a great job as well. In the entire cultivation world, there are not many foundation establishment cultivators who are more famous than you. I am very comforted in my heart. Of course, this does not mean that I will not offend anyone and be a good person. Actually, if it was a normal situation, I would not treat Lu Xinwu like this. Master, this is... Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as he transmitted his voice to Heng Li. Sai, this Lu Xinwu from the Splendid Sect has always been at odds with Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has underestimated the Imperial Thunder Sect. Heng Li explained, previously, I did not feel anything and even mocked Qian Mo along with him. However, after Qian Mo used his life to show his sincerity, I felt somewhat guilty in my heart. I felt that Qian Mo was indeed an honest person. On the contrary, his performance in the conference hall was quite normal and had the style of a large sect. It is a pity that although the Imperial Thunder Sect has the name of a large sect, it does not have the actual strength of a large sect. Therefore it was mocked by others. Moreover, killing Qin Jian, that Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect can be considered a strong assistant to you. Your relationship will definitely not be shallow in the future. In addition, Xiao Hua is definitely not a fish in a pond. I am quite optimistic about him. Therefore, when I saw Lu Xinwu's disdain for Qian Mo and the Imperial Thunder Sect, I felt uncomfortable in my heart. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao nodded and said, according to what this disciple knows, Xiao Hua is a disciple who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If he owes a favor, he will repay it with gusto. If he has a grudge against him, he will chase him to the end of the Dawn Rain continent to seek revenge. For the Imperial Thunder Sect to have such a disciple, it is also the Imperial Thunder Sect's fortune. Oh! Heng Zhao raised an eyebrow. According to Li Zongbao's incomplete report and his own judgment, his estimation of Xiao Hua was already very high. He even had some doubts about some of the things that Li Zongbao said to Xiao Hua. But now, listening to Li Zongbao's words, it seemed that his evaluation of Xiao Hua was even higher. He couldn't help but be stunned. However, at this moment, many golden cores from the conference hall had already flown over. Xiao Mao of Xuanyan cult had already informed Gao Wei and was flying over. Heng Lu did not have time to say anything to Li Zongbao, so he just smiled and looked at Xiao Mao who was flying over. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Martial Uncle Heng Ming. Xiao Mao bowed respectfully. Heng Zhao waved his hand and helped Xiao Mao up. He smiled and said, we haven't seen each other for dozens of days. Martial nephew Xiao is like an unsheathed sword, getting sharper and sharper. I wouldn't dare. No matter how outstanding this disciple is, I can't be compared to senior brother Zongbao. Xiao Mao smiled and greeted Li Zongbao again. Li Zongbao seemed to be even more arrogant than Heng Zhao. He nodded and did not help Xiao Mao up. However, Xiao Mao knew that Li Zongbao was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He and Xiao Hua were already friends of life and death during the trip to the Ice Valley. He did not care at all. You and your fellow brothers have a chat. We will soon enter the Sword Tomb. It is also the time for you to make a contribution. Heng Zhao instructed and flew towards Gao Wei and the others. After Heng Zhao left, Xiao Mao stopped smiling and said in a low voice, Senior Brother Li, is there still no news of Xiao Hua? Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. Where did Big Brother go? Xiao Mao frowned. Now that all the disciples of the various sects have gathered in the Sword Tomb, he should have arrived long ago. Right now, the Imperial Thunder sect is like a group of dragons without a leader. If he's here, he won't stand up even if he is here. Li Zongbao said indifferently. And this is also what I don't understand. Xiao Mao nodded. Even if Big Brother has some secret techniques, there is no need to hide it like this. If he reveals his strength. Li Zongbao ignored Xiao Mao and let Xiao Mao talk to himself. Senior Brother Li, do you think Big Brother Xiao will encounter any danger? Xiao Mao also felt bored and muttered in Li Zongbao's ear. Li Zongbao originally did not want to answer, but he could not help but sneer. If he is in danger, all the cultivators of my Dao sect will be annihilated. As he said this, the corners of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Seeing Li Zongbao's smile, Xiao Mao felt somewhat relieved. He understood that Xiao Hua was the link between him and Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao valued Xiao Hua 100 times more than him. If it were not for Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao would definitely not care about him. In the future, if he wanted to do well in the Dawn Rain continent, he would have to rely on Li Zongbao. Therefore, he still hoped that he could have a better and more reliable relationship with Li Zongbao. Of course, Xiao Mao was also clear that he valued Xiao Hua 100 times more than Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua was now able to kill Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory sword expert. His future achievements would be far from what he and Li Zongbao could compare to. He could rely on Xiao Hua in many ways. However, did he need to build a relationship with Xiao Hua? Perhaps he will appear at a time when you and I are not expecting it? Li Zongbao was actually somewhat anxious as he raised his eyes to look at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had already surrounded the Sword Tomb. It was as if Xiao Hua was among them. Oh! Xiao Mao did not understand. He also looked to the left and saw that there were a few Dao sect disciples who were eager to give it a try. How could they compare to Xiao Hua's face, which was like a protective jade talisman that made people feel at ease? Not far away, Heng Ming had already seen everyone. He was standing together with several cultivators who were on duty in the discussion hall. There was a slight smile on his face. De Sun looked at the other gold core cultivators who were also eager to give it a try and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, now that you are the commander of this final battle, you should be the one to reveal the final riddle. I can see from the expressions of everyone here that you want to enter the Sword Tomb as soon as possible. I'm afraid that those damned sword cultivators will take advantage of our discussion to escape." Fellow Taoist De Sun, what do you mean? Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect asked curiously. His physical body had been seriously injured in the previous battle, and his left hand was still somewhat clumsy. Let fellow Taoist Heng Ming explain this matter to everyone. De Sun said with a smile. However, this old man can remind everyone that since the beginning of the battle, you have not seen fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect. Oh, that's true. Several gold core cultivators of the Lian country were stunned and looked at each other. Obviously, they had some understanding. Everyone, you don't have to guess anymore. Heng Ming waved his hand with a smile and said, as early as when we held the final battle discussion in the discussion hall of the Sky Patrol City, fellow Taoist Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect offered us a plan. This plan was set up after Tu Hong concentrated his forces to kill the sword cultivators. It was fellow Taoist Qian Mo's painstaking effort. However, at that time, because we were in a hurry, we didn't know if this plan would work. We only set it up with the mentality of trying. Who knew the heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard? Fellow Taoist Qian Mo's painstaking efforts were finally realized in the battle. Previously, in the Sword Tomb, fellow Taoist Qian Mo suggested that the few Taoists on duty in the discussion hall should discuss together and then hand over the 10-direction annihilation formation to fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect. Wow, although there were only dozens of gold core cultivators here, except for the gold core cultivators on duty in the discussion hall and a few people who had been privately notified by Heng Ming in advance, most of them did not know the secret. When they heard about such a grand arrangement, they were shocked and could not help but whisper to each other. The scene was noisy. Among them, the one with the ugliest expression was a thin and tall early-stage gold core cultivator with a pale gold face. This cultivator was none other than GMO, who represented Sky Patrol City in the battle. GMO heard about the arrangement in the discussion hall, but he did not know about it at all. He was kept in the dark. If it were the other gold core cultivators in the discussion hall, it would be fine. They were all present that day and knew that there were some secret arrangements. However, he represented Sky Patrol City and the Snow Domain Sage. Yet, he did not reveal a single word in the discussion hall in advance. This was simply not putting the Snow Domain Sage in his eyes. Of course, this crime might be serious, but he was worried about Sky Patrol City. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming Yimo coughed and said in a low voice, "I feel that this is really inappropriate. Regardless of whether this plan is good or bad, just the fact that it was not reported to my city lord means that—" Fellow Taoist G. Heng Ming said with a smile, "I haven't seen fellow Taoist G much, but from the contact we had while chasing after the sword cultivator, I feel that fellow Taoist G is a straightforward person." GMO frowned slightly and did not reply. Heng Ming continued, "Fellow Taoist G might only like to fight with the sword cultivator in the open, and not like any hidden attacks or ambushes. However, in this battle between Dao cultivators, all means must be used. Especially since the discussion hall of my Dao sect is in Sky Patrol City. Needless to say, the city lord must be thinking for my Dao sect. Even the gold core cultivators are loyal to me. However, though to be honest with you, fellow Taoist G, I may not be at ease with the others." GMO sneered and snorted. If it weren't for the many disciples of Sky Patrol City guarding Sky Patrol City and interrogating the cultivators coming in and out, and if it weren't for the many disciples of Sky Patrol City patrolling the area around Sky Patrol City, would the discussion hall be able to obtain such a large amount of useful information? Fellow Taoist G, you're overthinking. I'm just saying that many ordinary disciples of Sky Patrol City are also amiable and respectable. Heng Ming said with a smile. However, whether it's the 3 cultivation kingdoms or the Sky Patrol City, there's a certain filth that we can't see. No one can guarantee that the sword cultivators won't get a hold of the decisions made in the meeting hall and the plans of the Sky Patrol City. Chapter 26:19. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I can guarantee that. GMO patted his chest and was about to speak. Heng Ming hurriedly gestured. I said that fellow Taoist G is a straightforward person, and I was right. How can you say such a guarantee so casually? Let's not talk about other things. How did Qin Jian sneak into Sky Patrol City to assassinate fellow Taoist Tu Hong? If not for the fact that there was no insider, how could he get in? This GMO was at a loss for words. He was not as clear about Tu Hong as Jin Kang and the others. Also, fellow Taoist G, don't tell me that you don't know about the Sky Patrol tea house in Sky Patrol City. What happened inside? Do you still need me to say? Heng Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. Since there are people who sell battle merits, won't there be people who sell information about my meeting hall? This GMO was completely speechless. Fellow Taoist G, these things aren't essential and won't affect the overall situation. Now that we have the responsibility of killing sword cultivators, we will kill as many of them as we can. Heng Ming laughed again. In the Battle of the Sword Tomb, we will accomplish everything in one go. Even if there are some things that are hidden, will the city lord care? Sigh. GMO sighed and lowered his head slightly, no longer asking. Hung Li smiled when he saw this. He looked at the people around him and waited for a moment before he said in a clear voice, Fellow Taoists, as long as a sword cultivator steps into the sword tomb, he will enter our ambush. We don't have to be in a hurry to chase after him. Once he enters the formation, we will activate the formation and kill him. Is this true? Su Jier of the Rock Border sect was confused and asked himself, why do I feel like I am dreaming? The previous battle had nothing to do with the sword tomb at all. We actually set up a formation 1,000 miles away? Moreover, the sword tomb is so big. Hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators entering the sword tomb is like a drop of water in the ocean. How can we guarantee that they will enter the formation? If it was yesterday, even I would not dare to believe it. Hung Ju was not surprised by Su Jie's question. Therefore, he said sincerely, but now, as you can see, the sword cultivator has been defeated and entered the sword tomb. There is also a sword intent in front of him that has transformed into a sword. That is the location of the 10-direction annihilation array. The heavens are protecting our Dao sect, and we have no choice but to believe it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that we have to keep it a secret and not let the sword cultivators know about it, we would have discussed it with all of you in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall. That way, all of you won't have to be confused today. But Su Jie still wanted to ask something. However, he didn't give him a chance. He waved his hand and said, "This old man admits that it was difficult for all of you to accept the fact that I mobilized troops without your consent. But today, the sword cultivators have been defeated and have entered the sword catacomb. They have truly fallen into the trap that we have prepared for them. At this time, this old man cannot explain in detail to all of you fellow Taoists. I only hope that all of you will follow this old man's orders and kill all those damned sword cultivators. Then, you can return the 3 kingdoms of cultivation to a peaceful world." Good. Well said, fellow Taoist Heng Ming. Lu Xinwu clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiong of the Black Heaven sect has already intercepted the sword cultivators inside. We will definitely be able to kill all of them under fellow Taoist Heng Ming's orders and give Qi and the other triumphant sect masters a satisfactory answer. Yes, we will follow fellow Taoist Heng Ming's orders." Seeing that the matter had already been arranged by the Golden Core cultivators on duty, what else could those cultivators who weren't on duty say? They all cupped their hands and said in unison. Good. Hang Yi raised his hand and said, "This sword catacomb has always been difficult to enter and difficult to leave. Whether it is the remnant sword formation or the remaining Dharma array, even the spatial rifts, they are all extremely dangerous. However, fellow Taoist Xiong has already made arrangements and found more than 10 safe passages here. These passages also lead directly to various locations of the 10-direction annihilation array. I will pass these jade slips to all of you fellow Taoists. You only need to enter the sword catacomb according to the jade slips and arrange for your disciples to enter the Dharma array. Then, you will be able to preside over the array. This 10-direction annihilation array will definitely be able to kill the sword cultivators in the sword catacomb." When the Golden Core cultivators heard this, joy appeared on their faces as they waited for Heng Yi to distribute the jade slips. They saw Heng Yi raise his hand and take out an extremely exquisite jade ball from his storage bag. This jade ball was made up of dozens of extremely thin jade slips and was hollow in the middle. "Rise," Heng Yi pointed with his finger. The jade ball emitted a brilliant crimson light and flew up. A fist-sized fireball rapidly spun inside and sparks splashed out from time to time. "Come out." Heng Ming formed a hand seal and pointed at the jade ball. The jade ball flashed and a thumb-sized jade slip flew out. Heng Yi took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He laughed and shouted, "The heavenly annihilation array. This array is profound and wondrous. Heaven, earth, and man are inverted. Profound and wondrous, there are many right and wrong. Sword cultivators embark on the path of no return. Mortals enter the array and turn into ashes. The changes are the number of heavenly dipper. This is the heavenly annihilation. Fellow Taoist Dasun of the Tai Ching sect and Huang Feng of the Deviant Beast sect will be in charge. In addition to leading your own disciples, I will also hand over the disciples of the Xian Lu sect to you. I hope you can kill the sword cultivators with the power of heavenly annihilation." "Yes, I accept the order." Dasun and Huang Feng both cupped their hands. Dasun took the jade slip and looked at it for a moment before handing it over to Huang Feng. He then waved his hand and said, "Disciples of the Tai Ching sect, Deviant Beast sect, and Xian Lu sect, follow I into the heavenly annihilation array." The disciples of the three sects shouted in unison. Dasun flew up and flew toward the west side of the sword tomb for several miles. Only then did he find the entrance indicated by the jade slip. The disciples of the three sects slowly flew in, after Dasun took the jade slip and led the disciples of the three sects away. Heng Yi pointed with his finger again. Another jade slip flew out from the spiraling fireball. Heng Yi caught it and said with a smile, "The heavenly annihilation array has many changes and is full of doubts. The array is hidden in its mysteries. The lightning above and the fire below are merciless. Even if you have the 5 elements flying sword technique, it is difficult to escape the gloomy clouds. This array is called the Heavenly Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by fellow Taoists Xiong Huasong and Su Jie of the Rock Border sect." "Yes, I accept the order." Su Jie of the Rock Border sect jumped out and took the jade slip. He carefully examined it. Heng Yi smiled and said, "This magic treasure belongs to the Black Sky sect. I don't know if fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong knows that he is presiding over the Heavenly Annihilation Array. I ask fellow Taoist Su to enter the sword tomb and inform fellow Taoist Xiong as soon as possible." But Su Jie waved his hand and said, "The remaining disciples of the Black Sky sect and my Rock Border sect follow I into the array." "Yes." The disciples of the 2 sects shouted at the same time. They followed Su Jie and flew toward the east for more than half a mile. They found the entrance to the sword tomb and quickly entered the sword tomb. Heng Yi pointed with his finger again and a 3rd jade slip flew out from the jade ball. Heng Yi carefully looked at it and said with a smile, "The Heavenly Annihilation Array is endlessly profound and contains mysteries. The Heavenly Annihilation Array is hidden in the weapon nest of the Heavenly Annihilation Array. Even if it is a sword cultivator's body, it will destroy their flesh and bones. It will be supported by Changbai sect's Li Jijie, Chenfan Valley's Su Zhiqi, and Yong Yimen's Ko Xiangling." Immediately after, Heng Yi pointed with his finger again and a 4th jade slip flew out from the jade ball. He looked at it for a moment and said with a smile, "The Heavenly Annihilation Array is called ice. If a sword cultivator encounters this array, even their skin and bones will disappear. This is called the Ice Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect and Xiang Ming of the Washing Flower sect." Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect took the jade slip from Heng Hao's hand and read it with Xiang Ming. After that, he led the disciples of the 2 sects to fly west for more than 10 miles before they found the entrance and entered the sword tomb. Then Heng Yi took out a 5th jade slip from the jade ball and looked at it and said, "Golden light shines out of the sword tomb and illuminates the body. Disaster befalls. Even with the sword cultivator's flying technique, it will be difficult for them to escape this array and lose their lives. This array absorbs the essence of the sun and moon and contains the qi of heaven and earth. It is called the Golden Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by GMO of the Sky Patrol City, Ji Hong of the Clear Leaf Sect, Zhou Qingping of the Thousand Leaf Ridge, and Zhu Junwei of the Cool Breeze Valley." GMO of the Sky Patrol City hid the slight anger on his face and took the jade slip. He looked at it and handed it to the other 3. The 4 of them whispered for a moment and led the disciples of the Sky Patrol City and the 3 sects to fly 2 miles to the east before entering the sword tomb. When the 4 of them found the entrance recorded in the jade slip and entered the sword tomb, Heng Yi pointed at the 6th jade slip and read, "The wind blows the black sand away. The heaven and earth lose their light, and the killing power is unleashed. Even if you are strong enough to fill the sea, your blood will splatter on your battle ropes. This is called the Blood Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Gao Wei of the Xuanyan sect and Qin Jima of the Sky Patrol City." The 2 of them led the disciples of the 2 sects to the east and found the entrance. Heng Yi pointed at the 7th jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and read, "The Fire Annihilation Array is wondrous. The Samadhi True Fire is indestructible. If a sword cultivator enters this array, his body will be burned by the fire and he will die immediately. There are 3 fires hidden in this array. It is called the Fire Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by I and Huaping of the Scorching Fire Mountain. In addition, The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect who have the fire and lightning attributes will be led by I into the fire annihilation array. Yes, I will follow your orders. Huapeng of the Scorching Fire Mountain took the jade slip and looked at it carefully. At the same time, she handed the jade slip to the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect and waited for Heng Yi to finish his orders so that they could enter the sword tomb together. Heng Yi pointed at the 8th jade slip and read, "This array takes the essence of Rengui and hides the wonders of Tian. It is unpredictable and contains the innate true water. It has killed countless sword cultivators. It is called the Water Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Wang Yi of the Seven Skills sect and Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect." When Wang Yi took the jade slip, Heng Yi pointed at the 9th jade slip and read it again. He read it and read, "Close the door of life and open the door of death. When the white banner is unfurled, it will be eerie. Souls will vanish and ghosts will be frightened. I have never believed in the body of sword cultivators. Once you enter the array, your life will return to the Yin. This array contains the soul cultivation techniques of Million Meng Mountain. It is called the Soul Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongjue and Nanming sect's Liang Mingfu." Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongyu took the jade slip and was puzzled. He whispered, "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I will listen to you, but I don't know the soul cultivation techniques of Million Meng Mountain. What should we do after we enter the array?" Chapter 2620. Yes. Fellow cultivator Heng Ming. Liang Mingfu also asked curiously, "I see that this 10-direction annihilation formation is extremely similar to the ancient ominous formation, the 10 ultimate formation. We can set up the formation, but there's no need for us to rigidly copy it. It wouldn't be good if we end up like a dog instead of a tiger, right? Hee hee, fellow Taoists, please enter the formation." Heng Ming smiled. "This formation has been improved by Xian Zhenren of Xian Tian sect. It's suitable for the cultivators of Xian Tian sect. Presumably, the magic weapons in this soul annihilation formation can also be controlled by us golden core cultivators." "I see, I understand." Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu smiled and led their disciples into the sword catacomb. Heng Ming looked at the remaining golden core cultivators and the jade ball that was about to be extinguished. He smiled and said, "Let's see what the last formation of this 10-direction annihilation formation is." As he spoke, he pointed his hand and the flame in the jade ball was extinguished. The 10th jade slip flew out. Heng Ming took the jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and said, "A pinch of yellow soil is boundless, and the mystery in the 8 trigrams furnace increases. It's the only place where we know that our sect has a divine skill. This is the Earth Annihilation Formation, which is jointly controlled by Cheng Ming from Celestial Ascension sect and Peng Dai from Su Yen sect." "Yes, I understand." Cheng Ming and Peng Dai took the jade slip and looked at it. They cupped their hands and bid farewell to Heng Ming and led their disciples into the sword catacomb. "Let's go. We'll enter the formation too." Heng Heng waved his hand and flew to a place about 1 mile to the west. He scanned it with his divine thought and found the location recorded in the jade slip. He entered it first, followed by the disciples of the Utopia faction and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. When all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had entered, the disciples of the Scorching Fire Mountain followed under the leadership of Huapeng. Li Zongbao didn't follow Heng Heng into the sword catacomb but stayed behind. At this moment, the setting sun was as red as blood and reflected on the purple jasmine flower. The purple flower was exceptionally cold. Li Zongbao couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw this. He swept his gaze to his left and even used his divine sense to scan the area outside the sword tomb, but he still couldn't find Xiaohua's figure. He couldn't help but shake his head. That bastard, where did he go? This guy's fairy Hong Xia had already entered the 10-direction annihilation formation. If there wasn't anything urgent, this guy would definitely come. This guy, what exactly happened to him? When Li Zongbao turned around, his figure also flew into the sword tomb, catching up with the last ardent Fire Mountain disciple. The area outside the sword tomb immediately became extremely deserted. It wasn't until several hours later that the disciples of various cultivation families, as well as the remaining sword cultivators, appeared nearby. Xiaohua, whom Li Zongbao was worried about, was naturally still within the Buddhist gold formation. High up in the sky, the Buddhist gold formation enveloped the surrounding area for several miles. Layers of small lattices, which were difficult to be seen with the naked eye and divine sense, surrounded Xiaohua. The flowing silver-white brilliance was constantly corroding the innate primordial water. Unfortunately, the opponent of this brilliance was the innate primordial water. The innate primordial water, which was hundreds of feet in size, shrank into a water ball, was also slowly rotating. The small vortexes were also corroding the silver-white brilliance, and even sucking it into the innate primordial water. It's really difficult to deal with. Yutong's figure appeared hundreds of miles away. His divine sense swept through the Buddhist gold formation, which was arranged like a maze. He carefully avoided the innate primordial water and looked at the situation of the formation. Once again, he summoned the real tiger's celestial body and repaired the parts that were corroded by the innate primordial water. He sighed and shook his head slightly. It's really not easy to refine the great Yin-Yang Six Directions sword spirit. It still needs more than 10 days. Who knows what will happen during these 10 days? According to the disciples patrolling the sword catacomb, many sword practitioners have rushed into the sword catacomb. Could it be that they've been defeated? Yutong frowned and thought to himself. Besides, I'm not completely sure if the Yin-Yang sword spirit refined by the great Yin-Yang Six Directions sword spirit can penetrate the innate primordial water. If it can't be broken, won't Feng Ying's innate primordial water become an unbreakable tortoise shell? Won't this guy be able to hide in there freely? It's a pity that I didn't have the materials to refine the spirit-slaying vital light on the Dawn Rain continent, so the Yin-Yang sword spirit can only be refined to this stage. Otherwise, I would be able to kill this guy immediately. When he thought of this, a trace of arrogance appeared on Yutong's face. This young master's grand Brahma gold formation has already sucked away all the heaven and earth spirit energy within 100 feet radius. Although this young master cannot deal with you, where can you escape to? Even if you've been hiding for 10,000 years, you're still within my formation. Do you think I can't control the formation just because you took away the silver tiger? Do you think you can control the Buddhist gold formation? Haha, how do you know what the bloodline of a true spirit is? This Yutong's bloodline of a true spirit is really not to be underestimated. As he spoke, Yutong activated his true tiger's celestial body again. The true tiger's celestial body's wings flapped slightly, and countless golden spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around it. The maze surrounding the primordial water rapidly intertwined and shook, and all the paths were thrown into chaos. Seeing this, Yutong couldn't help but smile slightly. However, after a moment, he muttered again, "This Feng Ying? Which master of the Huanhua sect is he? How come I've never seen him before? His cultivation is so high, how can he not be famous?" Oh, right, when he was escaping earlier, he seemed to have used the flowing cloud escape technique, and even the lightning escape technique. Could it be? Just at this moment, there was a wave of magic power coming from the Brahma gold formation below Yutong. It was coming from the 9 silver areas around the formation. So the Midas touch has succeeded. Yutong raised his eyebrows and revealed an indescribable smile on his face. Let this sect master see how many disciples have made outstanding progress in the Midas touch this time. As he spoke, Yutong's figure swayed slightly, and a faint silver light flashed, and his figure slowly disappeared. It was the Golden Mountain's golden escape technique. As for Xiaohua, that day he had hurriedly used the primordial water to block Yutong's pursuit, and then set up the Heavenly Stars formation to support the primordial water. These 2 barriers could be considered to have firmly protected him, and he had found a safe place in the Buddhist gold formation. However, just as Yutong said, Xiaohua was living an ignoble existence. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the primordial water, so where could he escape to? However, Yu Tong had underestimated Xiao Hua again. How could he know about Xiao Hua's life? Xiao Hua sat cross-legged inside the great formation of heavenly stars. He stretched out his hand and took out a large amount of cyan spirit pills from the space and sent them into the air. While refining the pills, he also took out Yu Qingtian's storage pouch. Similarly, he coldly looked at the sparkling innate primordial water outside the formation and sneered, "Even if I hide here, what can you do? Come in if you have the ability." There were a lot of things in Yu Qingtian's storage bag. There were many celestial devices, a few magic weapons, and even more top-grade spirit stones. However, Xiao Hua didn't particularly care about them. What he was looking for now was the jade slip for the gold escape technique. He had already seen it clearly. This Buddhist gold formation was formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. If he wanted to escape from this formation, the gold escape technique would be the key. However, there were a lot of jade slips in Yu Qingtian's storage pouch. Xiao Hua flipped through them for a long time and roughly looked through all the jade slips. In addition to the gold attribute cultivation methods, there were also records of the falling gold mountain, some strange stories, and even many refining techniques and pill recipes. However, there were no jade slips for the gold escape technique. Motherfucker, is there a mistake? Xiao Hua angrily threw the things in the storage bag into the space, and carefully looked again. Yu Qingtian is the leader of the fallen gold mountain. How could there be no jade slip for the gold escape technique in his storage bag? Unfortunately, when Xiao Hua checked the jade slip and other things again, he still didn't see half a word for the gold escape technique. Oh, this is bad. At this moment, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly quivered. I remember that Yu Tong told Zhang Yuhe that this guy seems to be the real sect master. Motherfucker, that jade slip must be in his hands. However, even if it's in Yu Tong's hands, Yu Qingtian also knows the gold escape technique. There's no way he doesn't have a jade slip, right? Xiao Hua still didn't give up. He looked through the jade slip that recorded the gold escape technique, regardless of whether it was for qi refining, foundation establishment, or gold core. Sure enough, there was no word for the gold escape technique in it. Strange. Xiao Hua almost wanted to stomp his feet in the heavenly stars formation. How could it not be? How could it not be? What this young master is looking for? How could it not be? However, no matter how Xiao Hua stomped his feet, even if he broke the heavenly stars formation, there was still nothing in the jade slip. Alas, it seems like this young master can only fight to the death with that bullshit Yu Tong. Xiao Hua sighed. He sat down cross-legged and gradually calmed his breathing. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the words he saw when he was flipping through the jade slip. The Holy Spirit bloodline comes from the ancient Holy Spirit and is incomparably noble. Holy Spirit bloodline? Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Heavens, the true spirit bloodline on the Dawn Rain continent hasn't awakened yet. How could the Holy Spirit bloodline appear?" Xiao Hua's curiosity was still piqued as he thought about it. He flipped through the jade slip again. The jade slip was right next to Xiao Hua's hand. However, when Xiao Hua carefully examined it, he discovered that the jade slip was really too old. The things inside had long been damaged. Xiao Hua half read and half speculated after he finished reading it. Only then did he have a general understanding. It turned out that the so-called true spirit bloodline was related to the ancient demonic beasts that could take human form. When the ancient demonic beasts cultivated to a certain extent, they could take human form, which was the most suitable shape for cultivation. Naturally, there were both males and females who could take human form. Since they were separated into males and females, they would naturally have illicit relations with mortals or cultivators. The offspring born after such intercourse would not have the blood of a pure human, but the blood of a demonic beast. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.